things looking? It's taking a second to get started here. We've got stream action happening. All right, looks like the stream is up. Looks like that looks good. We're going to close that down. We're going to pop right back into the game here. And we're good to go. All right. All you good little boys and girls, let's get it started. I actually need to take these snowballs off of my bar because I'm throwing them. Oh, right. There's a bank right here. Because you have the ability to pelt people, and I don't want to deal with that. So we got a couple of things to do to get ourselves set up here. We want our Mystic Wand back. We'll put our snowballs in the ranged, because that's kind of where they go. We don't need any of these. We're going to need some seeds. I didn't plant anything. I didn't plant anything. Like when I went offline yesterday. So these are still all the crops that I put in yesterday at the start. These are what I started yesterday. I need to get better about doing this before I log off. It will ultimately make my log-offs feel less abrupt. I put onion seeds in here yesterday. What? Hey, what's up, Cassie? Welcome back, welcome back. Good to see you again. Get my onions here. Holy shit. Look at all them onions. My Guam is diseased. And there's a fucking vampire after me. You know, it's going good. I just woke up super late today. I've actually only been awake for like 30 minutes. I was supposed to wake up like 2 hours ago. And I did not do that. Okay, dude, seriously? Go away. I didn't bring any air runes. I can't fight you. Fuck off. Holy shnikes, dude. That guy was on my nuts. Alright, let's clear this since it's diseased. Yes, I want to clear it. Dang, I had to drive my mother around all day. It was terrible. No kidding. Drive? That's another one of those things I don't really do. Because I don't like it. Oh, you know what I forgot? I forgot my fudging bucket. Okay, well. Tell you what, we fucked this up and good. We gotta go get our bucket so we can compost things. You buy a potion from the guy, you don't have to clear it. Oh, I can buy the potion right there from that dude? I didn't know that. Thought I had to make the potion and I was just gonna ignore it. The guy with the watering can, you could buy stuff from. I knew I could buy stuff from him, I just didn't know what? Because I never actually looked. Because that's how you learn stuff in video games, is you don't actually check. You just make assumptions. And then hope you were right. That's definitely the best way to go about it. Where's my fudging bucket? Where did my bucket end up at? Did I lose all my buckets? I think I might have lost all my buckets to these quests where they were making me get all these buckets of milk. They weren't giving me back my bucket. Oh no. What am I going to do if I don't have a bucket? You can store compost and buckets with the leprechaun. Oh, really? That's nifty. Well, looks like we don't have a bucket right now. Which means we gotta get a new bucket. Goofy as shit, man. Goofy as shit. Is there a general store in here? Let's go to the map. Yeah, looks like there is a general store in here. So we'll go right over there. Let's fudge and see if they sell buckets. Maybe they got a free bucket for me. Hey, you got some buckets. You got a bunch of buckets. All right. Maxing it out. 12 buckets. Okay. Some cooking supplies, that goes there. Some seed stuff. All my buckets go right here. Nope. Oh, I already did have a bucket. I had 2 buckets. I just couldn't find them. Well, now I got 14 fucking buckets. Booyah. Oh, I gotta get air runes too, because there's a vampire over there that's gonna fuck with me. This is why I usually try not to start my stream until I've been awake for an hour or so. Because right after I get up, I am scatterbrained as fuck. All right, I can buy compost and buckets from the guy in Taverley. Okay. I think I've got my compost going pretty good right now. Because I raked a bunch of weeds out of some of these. And they give you way more weeds than you end up actually needing. Who's that right there? Count 1, 2. Hey, and Dark Smiley. Look at that. All these people over here doing the things. We're gonna rake these bad boys up. We're gonna put all this stuff in the compost bin. You know about player-owned farms? I don't know anything about player-owned farms. I can own my own farm? Let's take a compost. And then let's add all my weeds. And then let's compost that bad boy. And then let's put that in there. best farming XP in the game. Yeah, no kidding. How do I own my own farm? Hey, level 20 farming. Who's a badass? I'm a badass. Sprinkle my poo. And then fill it up with potatoes. Okay. Now where to next? We go right across the top here, I believe. You jackass. You just had to start shit, didn't you? You couldn't just leave well enough alone. I think you need level 35 farming and construction, then talk to the granny at Ardone. Okay. Okay. We will look into that. So this one is like the last one. Yeah, so we go over here now. We're just gonna make a big old circle. That would be fantastic. So you end up making farms inside of your house? That's how you do it? Is you construct your house and then you go in there and like do your farming inside your house? Because that's actually kind of dope. No, it's not in the house? Oh, really? Diseased onions. Let's see. We're going to clear these. I don't actually care about the resources themselves. So it's honestly just easier to clear it. We'll pick some guams. Ooh, we're going to get all kinds of guams. It's a farm at the Ardonia Telly. Okay. I haven't even really been down to Ardonia. I've spent a little bit of time in Ardonia, but not really. Oh, the Manor Farm. Oh yeah, harvesting some onions. Look at all them good goods. God, we get so many onions and stuff. I'm gonna have to, like, go back to the bank here. We'll rake this allotment. Then we'll rake this allotment. And then we'll add all the weeds in. And then we'll take a poo. Boom. Put down a poo. Potato seeds. Right click the leprechaun. He notes my food. Dope. Oops. Whoops. No produce. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's so good. That feels phenomenal. Where is my next? Right there. Down at the Ardonia farm, in fact. No. I don't have a watering can. I'm like just now kind of dipping my toes in the farming water, so to speak. So I don't even really know all the things I can do, much less the things I should do. I'm just kind of fucking winging it. Like we got diseased onions here. We're gonna clear these guys. Get rid of them. Get out of here, onions. Got some good onions. We got some diseased guams. We're gonna clear those too. Get out of here, guams. Then I guess we'll pick up these onions right here. Rake. Know my shit. And then get a compost. And then compost. And then potato. And get a compost. And then compost. And then potato. And then get a compost. And then compost. The guy without the shirt sells them? Yeah, I just don't know if it's worth. I should have just checked to see what he had and how much they were. But I just don't know that it's worth it. Plant cure, it's only 40 coins. Okay, it's probably worth it. Oh, he sells buckets too. Oh, it's compost buckets. Okay. Okay, so maybe I'm a little bit... Oh, and he's got a watering can. Okay. Okay. He's got a watering can with 8 waters. So I can water all these. 1 XP. Now, does the watering just make them grow faster, or... Yeah, well, and there's usually a watering source, like, right next to these things, isn't there? Let's rake this patch. Oh, there's a bunch of patches over here. A money tree patch? Grow faster, less likely to disease. Okay. I don't really care about the grow faster thing, because I don't intend... Oh, these are things you build. Okay. Okay, cool. I get it. Oh, dude, this is gonna be so cool. Yeah, this is gonna be so dope. Okay. Yeah, I see lots of possibilities here. It's by the TP. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, as long as it's easy to get to every time, then I'm happy. If it was gonna be a pain in the ass to get to, I was gonna quit doing it. Alright, I think this is my last one here. I'm not trying to do like a ton of farming. Anachronia lets you do dinosaurs? I can farm dinosaurs? Is that what I'm understanding from what you just said to me? Dinosaurs and dragons. Yo. That is the dopest shit I've ever heard. Alright, so we got some Guams here. Yo, I love how many Guams I get. This is great. Alright, we got some diseased onions, so we're gonna go ahead and cure those. So the Cassie stops yelling at me. Patch of disease. Yeah, I see that, jackass. Alright, then we use the plant cure on the diseased onions. I'm an Iron Man, so it's loss of XP. Oh, but then they don't, like, grow immediately. So I can't pick them right away. Yeah, that doesn't actually do me any good, because I'm not going to come back and pick these. Because I won't be back, so it actually, I ultimately get less XP if I just put the cure on those, because I would get more XP right now. I would be getting more XP right now, because I'd be doing all the planting and stuff and getting that XP. Since I'm not going to come back to these until the end of the stream. Okay, can I please water the fucking Guam? Can I not water the herbs? Okay, so you can't water herbs. Got it. But yeah, so I would be getting... Sorry, I was muted. So I would be getting all the XP for planting and stuff here. Herbs can't be watered, only flowers in the other patches. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, so in the future, I probably won't cure those. There is an added bonus. You do get an extra vial, which is cool. But recommend planting trees to give quite a bit of farming XP. Yeah, I don't have any tree seeds right now. I really need to go ahead and spend some time just gathering up seeds. Just going through and doing yeah, I just want to go get my seeds. I don't want to go buy them necessarily. So what I'll probably end up doing is going ahead and spending some time, like tonight, I need to fix my sleep schedule a little bit. So I'm not going to be able to do my normal gathering grind for my alts. So I probably need to go ahead and just do a bunch of pickpocketing, of thieving. And we'll go thieve a bunch of seeds. And at the seed stall or whatever. And we'll just do a ton of that. And I'll probably just do that tonight. I don't know. I really don't want to waste my time here in Santa's Village. because I want to do this crafting grind. So we're going to hit this really hard because I want to get to 25,000 spirit. Because I want to... somebody's got a blue chicken. That's dope. I want to do this 25,000 spirit because I want to see what I can get from that chest of stuff. Yeah, so we're going to hit this grind on the crafting really hard. Hopefully we can get enough spirit to get everything possible. Crandorian hops, nice. Need 80 crafting for divvy. 80 crafting, divvy, and smithing for invention. This is always a great place to get ahead. Yeah. Yeah, people have been talking really good stuff about invention. It seems like, I mean, it's an elite skill, right? So it's kind of a one-of-a-kind power boost. So we definitely need to be getting it. For sure. 100%. I did do some more looking yesterday where I was trying to check into some more stuff about that group Iron Man one chunk. And I did see that about 2 years ago, there was a group of people who tried it. There was 2 people who tried it. Maybe it was 2 groups of 2 people. I don't know, but I only saw 2 people posting group Iron Man content or group one chunk content. And it happened 2 years ago. And I don't know exactly what it was that made those kind of a flop and that made other people not want to do those. I guess streaming group Iron Man stuff or making content for group Iron Man stuff is a little difficult because it ends up relying on other people. But I really think there's something there. I really, really think there's something there. It's hard to do because it takes a long time to do. Yeah, absolutely. That is definitely one of the things. Because it is a fucking slog. But it's also kind of an interesting slog because you've got so many restrictions and stuff. And you don't... You know, you can't beat things in a normal way. And you have to get creative with stuff. And so I feel like there's still quite a bit of interesting value there. I don't know. Maybe it's just copium. I've had to open over 1,500 crystal keys. It's taking forever to do. Is that the thing in Prifdinus or whatever? The elf shit? Trying to make your crystal armor and stuff over there? Yeah, you get key pieces, then go to a chest. It's a random pull on what you can get. Yeah, I watched somebody Jimmy, I think it was, doing Iron Man. Maybe it was somebody else, I don't know. One of the OSRS YouTubers who does like a bronze man instead of an Iron Man, but they called it Iron Man, where they have to get the item before they can buy and sell it on the exchange. And they were down there and they did like 2,000 kills and never got the enhanced weapon seed. And they went and got a twisted bow before they got the enhanced weapon seed. And I don't actually know what a twisted bow is. They were just super stoked about it because it meant that they didn't have to get the crystal bow because the twisted bow was better or something. So they spent like a year trying to get the crystal bow. Best ranged weapon in OSRS? Okay. That's kind of what it sounded like. Like it was the nuts. They had to kill some dude named Ohm. But it was pretty interesting. Boop. Certainly more interesting than running around these tables doing this crafting shit. But I still think this is some of the best XP per hour I can get here. We'll probably make it to 63 or 64 today. Maybe higher than that if I don't fuck it up and not pay attention. So much good XP. I actually think I would probably get more Christmas spirit fishing. Because you get all the fish and then you turn them in and you get a ton of Christmas spirit for turning in the fish. So we're going to have to see. I'm really enjoying getting this crafting XP. And I really want to get this crafting up. But once I get to 25k here, I'm going to go buy one of those 25k boxes and see how valuable those are. See what comes in them. I guess I should actually just check on the wiki or something. But people do the snowballs because it's the most AFK. Also, snowballs used to be crafting XP, not fletching. Oh, really? That's interesting. Honestly, I'd rather it be fletching than crafting. I think this is a great crafting XP, so I'm pretty happy that it's fletching. Because fletching's one of those ones that I'm not going to enjoy leveling. So I might spend some time there too. Because of how AFK it is. I might like spend some time at night or something like that doing it. I don't know. I need like 6 more computers and 6 more accounts so that I can accomplish all the things I'm trying to accomplish in this game. It's too much. Too much for one computer. We're going a little crazy. Gonna go crazy on you. Run 3 monitors and 4 accounts, and I get overwhelmed. Yeah, see, that's what I want right there. I want to get overwhelmed. Honestly, I guess what I really wish is that I could just run this account 4 times. So instead of just training one thing at a time on this account, I want to train like 4 things at a time on this account. I need a multiply spell so I can multiply my character into more characters that all share experience. That's what I need. Do I know what auras are? I do have some understanding of auras, but not a lot, no. The fuck is this? Auras are kind of an end game thing, though, yeah? Or, like middle, late middle? You should have a Christmas one in your armor window. Be the bottom left button. Bottom left button, auras. Select an aura, owned, festive. Gives you glowing wings and a 50% increased XP during the month of December. 50,000 XP, duration 30 minutes, cooldown 24 hours. This aura cannot be extended via wax with Viswax. Okay, so for 30 minutes I get an extra 50% XP. Well, that's cool. Let's activate the shit out of that. Doesn't appear to be working. Use the points that they give you from paying for your account. I get points for paying for my account? Hmm. Open cosmetic window. Ah, the loyalty points. Okay. Cool. I don't appear to be getting extra XP right now. Because I should be getting... I normally get 9. I'm not entirely sure that this actually works on Iron Man. Okay. Well, we'll go try that. We will go and try that at some time here. See if we can't find a way to make this work for us. That's cool. Yeah, I guess you wouldn't want people getting an extra 50% XP or whatever for sitting around making snowballs and shit. That'd be crazy. Getting a bunch of wrapping paper, though. This is exciting right here. This is exciting. Probably the most action-packed content anybody's ever seen for RuneScape 3. Put these bad boys together here. It's funny, I came over here and I got my treasure chests or my presents with my wrapping paper on my other accounts. And they have access to so many more things from those presents that I can't get as an Iron Man. You know, they get springs and they get lamps and they get... I mean, honestly, you get all kinds of shit on a main account from those presents. They were really valuable. I got like over 100,000 XP yesterday. Plus a bunch of bonus XP and all kinds of stuff on both of my accounts. It was kind of crazy. Plus that aura, plus all kinds of stuff. I mean, just killing the game. I also did try doing that green dragon hide thing. And so the requirement there is that you actually have to have a portable tanning station. You can't just do it at the tanner. You have to have a station you can set up right next to a bank. And so it's not nearly as free-to-play friendly as they make it out to be. They've done this really interesting thing, and I think this was really smart. But Jagex made a world, a members world, for skilling in the fort. So the only portables that we can use are the herb burners from Ghosties. Yeah, well, so I wasn't planning on doing it with my Iron Man. I was planning on doing it with my other accounts. But because they're free-to-play accounts, they can't go to the member worlds. And there's a member world specifically for portable skilling. Let's see if I can find it. It's number 84, I think. Yeah, portable skilling. So there's 1,500 people here. And so they're all putting up their portable skilling things. And so they're all sharing timers and stuff like that. And I'm sure it's extraordinarily effective. But my free-to-play accounts can't go to those worlds to do that green dragon hide stuff. So there's no way for me to, you know, make that 7 mil an hour or whatever. Which was a really good play by Jagex. I'm not upset about that, because it definitely would have been something that a lot of bots did. And so by moving it to a members world and forcing the subscription, you cut down the number of bots who are going to be doing that stuff. Yeah, it's too far away. It takes too much time. If you do the dragon hide stuff at between a bank and one of the tanners. And I think you're right, Al-Kharid is probably the closest one. Or if you have 40 crafting, there's actually a slightly closer one over at the crafting guild. There's one that's about 66% or 33% closer than the Al-Kharid one. But even doing that, you know, it takes 15 seconds to do a run instead of it just being instantaneous right there at the bank. So you do bank preset, tan, bank preset, tan, bank preset, tan, instead of having to wait 15 seconds. So even if you had the ability to do it, at the crafting guild, you would still only make about 1 million to 1.5 million an hour instead of the 7 mil or whatever that you can make doing it the other way. Which is still on par with a lot of other money-making methods, but a lot of other money-making methods that are on par with that have better sell volumes and also require less currency input. Like, I make about 1.3 mil an hour mining rune ore with my spirits. And so the input on buying spirits, the cost of buying spirits, each spirit is more expensive, but the number of spirits I need is significantly less. And so my cost, my potential loss is way less doing that. And it's considerably more AFK. But if you're on your member account, then you can absolutely, if you're on a main account and you have a membership, you can absolutely maintain your membership by doing that. I mean, you know, you spend a week building up, trying to buy your 60K every day or so. And then, you know, you spend a day or two doing your tanning in that world. And then you should be good for your membership. You can make about 12 mil a day off of how much you can buy of the green hide. Whoops. So you'd need to buy, well, I guess you'd need to buy 15 days to get your bond for your 15 days. So your one account would need to buy everything. You need to max out every single day, buying 60K. And then you need to tan it all, and that could keep you going. On top of, I mean, you'd be playing a main account, so. And at 7 mil an hour, it would take you, I don't know, 23 hours of just sitting there tanning. So that's a pretty massive time investment to, yeah, what's up, Drippy Bun? How you been? How you doing? How's life, the universe, and everything? Just revolving with the earth. Nice. You spin my head right round, like a record, baby, right round, round. How's my Iron Man run going? It's going fantastical. We're over here in Santa's village, grinding out our crafting XP, making these marionettes for all the good little girls and boys. Because I don't know about you, but when I was a little kid, what I really wanted for Christmas was a marionette. Tante cloche, tante dans la nuit. Père Noël et ses grandes dames. I've never celebrated Christmas much. Yeah, I mean, I don't really celebrate holidays in general. I don't even really celebrate my birthday. Because, you know, it's not really something that's important to me. But if they're going to give me a holiday event where I can get lots of cool rewards playing my video game, then that's a celebration I can get behind. On the first day of Christmas, Jagex gave to me a super cool place for crafting. So awkward receiving presents, so it looks like I'm not grateful, then I feel bad. Unlimited taco machines in your base. Ooh. Ooh. Dude, if I could have a taco machine in my house, like a taco vending machine, I just pressed a couple of buttons and a fucking taco fell out. Oh my god. I don't know if life could get any better than that. Just thinking about that, I would be so fucking fat. Oh my god, I'd be so fat. Like, I'm already fat. But I would be like 3,000 pounds. 3,000 fucking pounds. I mean, because hard tortilla shells last a while, right? They've got some pretty good shelf life. So you could stack them up in there, you know, for like a good week or two. Like a soda machine has the dispenser for the soda, the cups, right? You just turn that up so that the hard shell taco comes out the bottom, and then you just pull the taco off, and then you stick it on a little conveyor belt, and it slaps a little cooked beef and a little lettuce and a little tomato and a little cheese on top, and gives you a nice little squirt of salsa. And then just bam, comes out the other side of the conveyor. Dude, I would just sit there pressing the button, and I'd just be eating a taco while I was watching it make my next taco. Just giggling like a child, dude. That'd be so good. Oh my god. Ooh. Ooh. Need to get one of those maker YouTube channels that are always building ridiculous shit to make me an automated taco conveyor belt. Ooh, my game just went crazy. Yeah, go for your run there, Drippy Bun. You get that exercise. Do an extra mile for me. And then go ahead and ship that calorie burn my way so that I don't have to exercise, but, you know, maybe I won't get any fatter. Appreciate it, Drippy Bun. I appreciate it. I think somebody hates the imp. Why is somebody hating on the imp, dude? Yo, there's so many more people over here doing this crafting grind than there were yesterday. There were only like 4 or 5 people over here yesterday. Today there's like a lot. Like a lot. It's kind of ridiculous. So many people just grinding out the crafting levels. I really do think that this is some wonderful XP. And because there's no requirement for doing this, I mean, if you started a new account right now, you could get crafting up so fucking fast. So fucking fast. It would be unreasonable. These holiday events are definitely new account heaven. I mean, you can get your fire cut, or you can get your wood cutting up real easy. You can get your cooking up real easy. You can get your construction up real easy. Because you just told me that I need to get my construction up to like 35 to get my own personal... How do you have Twitch integrated into chat? I use a program called streamer.bot. And I set up my own like little logic thing where streamer.bot reads every message from each chat and then uses my account to replicate those messages across to each side. So everything that anybody on YouTube says shows up on the Twitch chat, and anything that anybody says on Twitch shows up on YouTube. Because I wanted to multi-stream. I knew I wanted to multi-stream because you can just reach more people that way. And I figured that would be a faster way to sort of grow the community. And it's definitely worked out that way. But I didn't want to be having 2 separate conversations with 2 separate groups of people, because that's dumb. And honestly, the fact that there's no way to share those chats that like Twitch and YouTube and stuff have opted into really, really pisses me off. Because that's such an anti-consumer, anti-streamer, anti-user way of running those systems, is to try and make them super duper competitive and try and take away options from people and try and force people to use your platform specifically. So if for any reason any of those platforms ever tell me like, hey, you can't do that anymore, I will straight up stop streaming on that platform, because fuck that. That's dumb. But there should be some centralized, shared, agreed upon system to do that already. And Twitch and YouTube should be opting into that system and helping make that system work, because so many people multi-stream now. It's such a better way to go about it. And trying to prevent it is just making a bad user experience. And it pisses me off. So I fixed it for myself, at least. First tiger. Rowan Vale. P.T. Awaken? Petwaken? Yo, somebody is so mad at that imp. Why are they so mad? I am very confused right now by what's going on. But there are so many freaking people over here right now. This is crazy. We doing that crafting grind like nobody's business. So we're getting pretty close. We've just got another 4,400 points here to go. I get about 200 to 250 every time I do one of these little circuits. So that's what, like 20 more circuits before we hit 20k here, or 25k here. And then we're going to go buy that 25,000 box and see what it gives us. And if it gives us a bunch of really, really good shit, or if it has the possibility to give us a bunch of really, really good shit, then we're probably also going to look into gonna go look into fishing and or woodcutting and see what our Christmas spirit gain looks like with those. I especially think that the Christmas spirit gain with fishing is probably incredibly good, because you sit there and you fish and you get your 1 spirit per fish or whatever. But then if I'm not mistaken, when I turned them in, I was getting like 25 spirit per fish. When I turned all the fish in, and you get fish really fast because I already have a decent fishing level. I was just boom, pulling up fish. So there was quite a bit of value there as well for that. So depending, it just kind of depends on what you want, right? Do you want more XP? Do you want more spirit? What kind of XP do you want? Wood cutting is going to give pretty decent spirit because you chop them into planks and then you drop the planks off over here, you get extra. There's just a lot of ways to get spirit in here. Actually, I think we're going to go ahead. Let's just go check some other things and see what our spirit input seems to be for, like 1 inventory worth of stuff. What do we get in here? Now, snowballs, I can't really turn into spirit directly. But there's lots of people over here fishing. And then you just go put your barrel of fish in here. So you're getting 1... Oh, I'm getting 30 XP per fish. Okay, I thought you only got 9, but I'm getting 30 XP per fish. So this is probably crazy fishing XP. Because you can just do it forever, right? This doesn't require bait. This doesn't require anything. I'm just pulling up these frozen fishes. I'm only getting... I'm only getting 1 spirit per fish that I pull up here. But that's still... Because once I turn them in, I'm going to go get a bunch of spirit for that. But getting 30 XP per fish I pull up out of the water here is actually really fucking good. And I don't think you get different XP for the different types of fish at all. I wonder if you get different spirit. Doesn't look like you get different XP. It also doesn't look like I can deposit the fish individually, so I don't really think that I can see how much spirit I get per fish. I think it's just going to kind of do it all. So this is a much more AFK activity than the crafting activity, and has a pretty similar value in XP. And then... okay, so I didn't get very much spirit from that at all. I don't think. Yeah, 82 Christmas spirit. Okay, so this is definitely worse spirit per time. But if you're trying to level up fishing, definitely a good way to do that. And then I don't think chopping down trees and stuff is terribly valuable. It also looks like there's just people standing on these trees chopping them down. So you'd probably have to go to a world, because the trees can actually get destroyed, you'd probably have to go to a world where there weren't as many people. Yeah, I'm not even going to worry about this. Because you'd have to go somewhere where there weren't as many people to do it, and I don't feel like changing worlds. But then you just cut these into strips. I get 41 XP just for cutting it. And then every log I put in here is another 6 spirit. So some pretty decent spirit gains, some pretty decent woodcutting gains. At some point, I probably will, depending on how far we get on our crafting, how well the crafting goes. We probably will go ahead and try doing some woodcutting. Try maybe even using that for some fire making. I wonder if I can use the fir logs for fire making. Or we might decide to do some fishing and level up our fishing a bunch. I would love to have really high level fishing so that when we get to where we can go get desert souls, we can just get them super easy. So that's definitely also on the table. But I won't really be leaving the Christmas village very much over the course of this period of time, because there are too many good ways to grind out some of my important skills, right? Like crafting is a really important skill. Fishing is a really important skill. Construction is a skill that could be really obnoxious to grind if I don't do it now. So, you know, I could get construction up to you know, a much higher level. Why is my screen doing that? That's annoying. Where is my construction skill? Here it is. Yeah, so I've only got level 10. But the construction XP here is actually pretty good. So I can get my construction up to a nice level. Even if I only get it up to like level 50 or something, you know? That'd be a really good, or just to 35. So like Cassie was saying, I could go and get my own personal farming plot. That'd be really nice. I could maybe level up some cooking. There's really, really good, just fully AFK cooking right here. Don't have to touch anything. Get 9 XP a tick. Which there's what, 100 ticks a minute? 100 ticks a minute? Yeah. So 900 XP a minute? No. That seems crazy. Maybe it's 2 ticks. Maybe it's 450 XP a minute. That would still be pretty crazy. I don't know. Fletching was that same way, though, with the snowballs. And that's completely AFK because snowballs stack. So, I mean, just the XP in here is too good. I should be able to get a couple of my important skills up to... Wow, it's happening a lot, that flash. I don't feel like it was happening like at all yesterday. I don't know what's going on. But I'm pretty upset about it. Don't know what's going on. Maybe it has to do with how many people are here. Maybe I should go to... Oh, that's why. Yeah, so I was saying that there are more people here than there were yesterday, but I was actually in a much less populated world yesterday. So maybe that's something I should do today as well. Because, gosh, that flash is not good. I assume it's happening on the game side because it doesn't seem to be affecting my stream negatively. So I assume it's happening server side because if my computer was like freaking out right now, my stream would be all jacked up just in general, and it doesn't seem to be. So maybe we should hop worlds to somewhere a little less populated. Gosh, look at all these people. There's 1,000, there's 1,000, there's 1,000. Yeah, there's so many people playing this game now. I love it. Let's go to world 37 here. Only 138 people in it. Yo, what's up, Master of Light? How are you? How goes life, the universe, and everything? There we go. Maybe we'll get less flashy flashies. Just fishing for some spirit. Hey, yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. I still think crafting is probably better spirit per time. I just did a little fishing myself over there. But I think crafting, fishing, and woodcutting all have fairly similar spirit per time. So, you know, whichever one of those you kind of want to level up in the process, I think that's the best one to do the spirit for. So that's a good one. That's a really good one. Get that spirit so you can buy those. Fishing isn't one. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you've got one that you're trying to actually get some XP on, then that's definitely the one you should be doing. Because then you're double dipping. And that's just way more value. 100%. 100%. And then, when you want to do your fletching or your cooking, you just AFK that shit. Because it's fletching and cooking are both 100% AFK activities here. And they don't give you tons of XP, but I mean, for not having to do squat, they're pretty fucking good. The summer event has farming, range, dungeon, Construction, strength, agility, cooking, hunter. Ooh. Well, that's nice. See, that makes me think, like right now, because of that, is a great time to start alts. Because, especially if you have an alt that you're trying to do something really specific for, like let's see, construction, strength, agility, farming, range, cooking, hunter. So maybe cooking. Yo, what's up, Queso? Zesty fucking Queso. Yeah, so like if you were trying to have a construction alt, or I don't know what you would do with construction, or a cooking alt, or a crafting alt, or something like that for making currency, the holidays are definitely... they did horribly, Queso. So there is a caveat to doing the hides. If you want to make 7 mil an hour doing the green hides, you have to have a portable tanner. Because you have to be able to set your tanner right next to your bank and just click, just preload, tan, preload, tan, preload, tan, preload, tan, preload, tan. So if you have to run to a tanner, then it cuts you from 7 mil an hour to the most I could make was about 1 mil an hour. I don't think there is, and the reason I don't think there is because I think Jagex is pretty smart. So they have this World 84 that they've set up specifically as a portable skilling world. And there's 1,500 people in it, right? And so they do this over by the fort, Fort 4 and 3. And that's where all the portable skilling is. And the reason that they do that, the reason that people want to go in this one, is because you can extend the time of another person's portable skill. So, I mean, I guess there might be a place, but if I look at all these free-to-play worlds, right, the populations are just so low. Maybe 34. I didn't go check here, but maybe 34. Because there's 600 people there. And I guess maybe 3 could be 1. But yeah, it was it's just going to be much less consistent than you would have. In World 2, they have them at GE2. Well, you wouldn't want them at the Grand Exchange because you need to be able to get your bank. They might also be doing them in the Lumbridge market. Yeah, I don't know. But if you don't have a portable, then the most you can accomplish is about 1 mil an hour. And that would be only if you had 40 crafting and had the ability to use the crafting guild. Oh, you're right. The other NPC is a banker over at the Grand Exchange. I did not remember that. That's right. I forgot about that. But yeah, so it definitely just watched 2 people have a straight snowball fight. Hey, what's up, Vega? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. How are you? I was actually just thinking we should get a huge snowball fight started. Yeah, but I totally forgot portables were a thing. Mem and Black D-Hide, though. Absolutely. I mean, especially if you had portables and you could just do that yourself. They were diving and sliding everywhere. Nice. That's actually pretty funny, Vega. That's really funny. He pulled out a sled. Reminds me why I play this game. I didn't know you could pull out a sled. That's dope. Oh, yeah. I'm sure, Zesty. I'm sure. It'd be nice to have a couple to put in and increase the timer on. Just to help out, pull your weight, you know? You can grab one near the ice fishing spot. No shit. That's kind of cool. This game's goofy as shit, dude. I love it. I love how goofy it is. Right now, I'm working on getting up to 25k Christmas Spirit so that I can go buy myself one of those 25k Christmas Spirit boxes and see what's in them. Because I want to see how valuable they're going to be. Because I want to level up my crafting. I've been working on crafting for a really long time. I want to get it up towards 70 or even 80. And this crafting XP in here is pretty fucking good. It's a little boring, but, you know, that's the grind. So, pretty excited about it. At about 10k? Yeah, I mean, you gotta find a grind and make it happen. The fishing hole, I think, is a great spirit grind. I think you just gotta find which one you want to level up right now, right? So you've got cooking right here, you've got construction here, you've got crafting here, you've got fire cutting or wood cutting out here, you've got fishing and fletching over here, and I think wood cutting, crafting, and fishing are the ones that have the best spirit gain. As well as the best XP. But I think you just find whichever one of all those skills that you're most interested in leveling. And I just think that the Santa Village is just one of the best places to be skilling right now. Because everything's so tight, right? Like, I don't have to move outside of this little square right here to just be putting down some serious crafting XP. And so I can just boom, and then I'm double dipping on the spirit. It's wonderful. Stuck on Fletch, the only thing. I mean, that's cool. Make a lot of snowballs. Do, make sure you have snowballs for when the Snoverlord shows up. Go do the Snoverlord. Heck yeah. Overlord's dope. I wonder when he shows up. I haven't seen the notification today. Snoverlord spawns over in the Snowball Arena, where you did the Cold Fronts, the Cold Front quest with the Queen. And it shows up over here. It says, like, Snoverlord is appearing. And then you run over there and kill him. You get the Snoverlord's nose. I think you get a bunch of the Snoverlord pieces. I'm pretty sure that eventually you can get the pieces of the Snoverlord and then make a Snoverlord pet. I saw somebody running around with a Snoverlord pet. I assume that's how you get it. I haven't actually looked into it. But you get the Snoverlord's carrot nose is the only piece I have right now. And it's the only piece I've seen anybody getting. So I don't know exactly what to do with that or anything like that, but I'm pretty sure you can get a pet of the Snoverlord, which is hella dope. We figured out yesterday that it takes about 130,000 Christmas spirit to buy out the entire Christmas shop with all of the available cosmetics and everything. So I think that's actually really attainable. Even if you're a new player, right? It's 130 to buy everything. If you're a player that's been playing for a while, then you probably have a bunch of that stuff already. And just buying out this New Year's stuff is only like 10 or 15k, I think. Not even that. So it doesn't really require a ton of Christmas spirit to get the things that you want. And with as easy as Christmas spirit is to come by when you're grinding out levels and stuff, you should be able to get some good levels and get some good spirit and get everything you want. It's a nice little grind over here. I'm really, really liking it. It makes me excited for future events, for other holidays. I wasn't here during the Halloween event, and I guess there wasn't a Thanksgiving event. I assume being it's a UK company, right? So I assume being a UK company, they probably stick to more global holidays. Frank M just logged in. How many people we got? Oh, yeah, look at this. So many people logged in right now. That's fantastic. Everybody rocking out on the freaking holiday event. Getting after it. Good for y'all. Way to go. Big fat chud. All right. And Ruby. Fucking dude named himself Big Fat Chud. What a nerd. I think probably the crafting one is the hardest one because of the difference in how long you spend at each of the benches. Right, the painting bench and the putting things together bench, the finishing bench, are both fairly quick. And then this bench takes forever, the carving bench. And so I think this is definitely the hardest one to do. Usually go to a low pop world so there's lower latency. Yeah, so I definitely ended up having to do the same thing because my screen was flashing on that other world that I was on every little while, and I haven't seen the screen flash since I came over to this lower pop world. But I think it was definitely because of how many people were over there. So I agree. I think that's a great idea. The other thing is, on that higher pop world I was just on, I wouldn't have been able to do any wood cutting or anything like that because there were people stationed out at all the fir trees, and they were just cutting them down on cooldown. And so I wouldn't have really been able to do the wood cutting either because there were too many people doing that. So homeworld is 98. Can you set that so that it always sends you to that world to start, or? Nope, there went the screen flash again. Gosh dang it. Set up 3 worlds for quick select. Okay, just favored it. Got it. Yeah, I might go in and do that. Let's see. See if we can't find some member worlds in the US that don't have a lot of population. There's a United States West Coast. Low pop. Probably a good one for me. United States West Coast, low pop. Probably a good one for me. Clan recruitment. I should consider joining a clan. Let's see, there's a United States East Coast with a lower pop. Yeah, we'll do that. Cool. I specifically went out of my way to select worlds that didn't have special tags, because I assume that those special tags will, at least at some points, cause those worlds to have higher populations. So we'll just favorite some standard worlds. And that way, there's less of a chance or less likelihood that sometimes those worlds will get flooded with people. But I live closer to the West Coast than I do to the East Coast, so those should be good worlds. That is a good idea. We'll also put you on worlds that are better fit for your region, too. Okay. It honestly, it sends me to Canadian worlds a lot. I don't know why the game thinks that I live in Canada, but it's pretty consistently putting me in Canadian worlds, which is pretty funny. Because I live on the opposite side of the US from Canada. Like, it wouldn't be such a big deal if it sent me to Mexico worlds, because I live a couple hours from the border of Mexico. But, ooh, 63 crafting. What's up, boys and girls? Galley leather boots in Demonheim. I'm in Wisconsin, and one of my best worlds for ping is Canada. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Canada's just right there, eh? Up until recently, I actually lived in southern Illinois, right next to St. Louis. Sometimes joke that I live in South Canada. I mean, there's a huge population of Canada that live south of the US-Canada border, right? Because there are some parts of the US-Canada border that are quite a bit more north. And isn't it like 70% of the Canadian population or something like that lives south of the northernmost section of the US border? Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. It's crazy how big that country is and apparently how little of it gets used just due to weather and stuff like that. Very, very interesting. Give me that 25K. We'll be there soon. Doing this is going to get pretty old pretty quick, but I just don't think that I can stop in good conscience. I feel like it would be bad if we didn't keep going. Because I just don't think I'm going to be getting this good of XP. I mean, even if I was doing dragon amethysts, I just don't know that I would be getting better crafting XP per time as an Iron Man. Now, if I was not Iron Man, right, I could just go make a bunch of currency and then go buy a bunch of dragon amethysts and cut them, or, you know, just buy a bunch of stuff and craft it and try and craft and make money at the same time, or at least get some of my money back from selling and try and make it cost as little as possible. But as an Iron Man, I can't do that. And so this just seems like the best option. I mean, getting to double dip on the Christmas spirit and stuff is crazy. Absolutely crazy. I did know something notice something yesterday that kind of upset me. The purple presents that you can get from turning in your wrapping paper can only be opened if you're a member, which I'm fine with. It's a little weird, but I'm fine with that. The problem is you can't put your purple presents in the bank. So if you're playing free-to-play right now and your goal is to eventually get yourself a membership, but you don't have the currency or you just don't have your membership right now, then you have to keep your purple presents in your inventory and take up a primary inventory slot. Now they do stack, so it's only ever going to take up one of your inventory slots, but I was really annoyed to find out about that. Just let me put that shit in my bank so that when I do get a membership, I can open those things. Because it's a big dick move to make it so that I have to either fuck up my inventory or throw those out because I don't have a membership right now. Now, my alt accounts are probably never going to get memberships, so I just threw them out because I don't really give a shit. But it's kind of obnoxious for people who are maybe trying to earn their way up to their membership or, you know, something like that. Because, you know, there are probably some people out there who mostly play free-to-play, you know, and they work their way up to a membership, or they get to a point where maybe they need a membership for a little while, and then they get a membership for a little while, and then they just keep playing free-to-play because they're likely... you know, more casual players or something like that. And you're creating a lot of friction for those casual players when you have things like that they can't necessarily just save until the times when their membership is going to be active. And it's unnecessary friction, right? It doesn't do anything. So I wish that they would maybe do away with that. You know, just let you put them in the bank. I mean, how much fun would it be to be able to save those over the course of, like, years? Right? Maybe I'm a super casual player, and maybe I only play during holiday events, and I'm playing free-to-play, and I'm just, you know, in here grinding out fucking skills, and having a good time, and earning presents, or, you know, whatever for every other holiday that I'm playing on. And, you know, maybe I've been playing for, like, 3 or 4 years, and I've just been stacking all this stuff up for grins. And then I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I've been playing this game for so long. I'm going to start, you know, I've got all my skills all leveled up. I can't do any more free to play. So I'm going to start getting a membership. And then, you know, I could have some value from all that work that I put in. It's probably a very small number of people, right? There's maybe like 3 people who are actually doing it that way, but still. It's ridiculous. How is fishing as far as a way to make currency? So As a non-member, I can get swordfish. And that's like the highest tier fish I can get. That's interesting. So how much value does a swordfish have? Because I can level up fishing and cooking in here with my alts and get Christmas spirit. I'm gonna be taking a look at how much currency maybe I could make off of my Christmas spirit stuff. So that'll be interesting to math out a little bit. But we got to be able to get one of them boxes first. Although I can probably look at the possible drops and stuff before. Turn those in, go this way. We're getting close though. 1,200 to go. And then we'll have our 25k. We'll be able to go buy our box. With as much time as it takes to get enough Christmas spirit to buy one of those, I'm actually pretty interested. I'm only ever going to be getting not even one a day, probably. So, I don't know, maybe one a day? So I'm hoping that there's some pretty significant value in there, either for me as an Iron Man or for my other accounts. As far as currency making is concerned, we'll see. Does anybody know what the drop table is of those? Just off the top of their head? Maybe I can find it. I don't even know what they're actually called. Yeah, I'll just have to wait. I'll just have to wait. I'm excited about these nice list entries. Definitely excited about that. Gotta make sure that I get all of my Santa letters. Get them all turned in all the time. Because A, you get the purple presents from those, which are super good. And then also, you get these nice list entries, which are going to be super good. Because I'm pretty sure these nice list entries are how you potentially get the Santa hat and the party hat. So painting. There's something super peaceful about just kind of chilling out, doing some crafting, listening to a little music. Something very peaceful. wonder what the concurrent player numbers are right this moment for this game. AFKing in the village and playing some Marvel Rivals right now. Hey, nice. I actually haven't played any Marvel Rivals. Should be able to see current players on the website. Okay. The next time I'm sitting there carving, I'll go check that out on my other computer. For sure. It still boggles my mind that the concurrent player count of fucking OSRS is higher than the concurrent player count of this game. Like, I don't even get it. Don't even get it. Whoops. I'm going to make a very, very inflammatory video about why RS3 is better. I mean, I do understand the hatred of the MTX. I think loot boxes are shit. I think, you know, paying for XP boosts is shit. I think all this shit is absolutely shit, for sure. But the combat system is so much better than OSRS. Like, it's not even close. Not even fucking close. And now that we're losing a lot of the MTX, which I'm very happy with, I'm not 100%, you know, I don't know exactly what all the MTXs and stuff do. So I'm not 100% sure exactly what that impact is going to have. But just getting rid of the loot box system, right? Completely getting rid of Treasure Hunter is a massive win, in my opinion. Because even if you have some of the XP gaining MTXs and stuff like that still, you know, things like the portable benches and stuff, you know, not being able to just know what you're buying when you buy it instead of gambling it is just so much better. It's the gambling thing of Treasure Hunter that really gets me the most. Although I would prefer no MTX, for sure. At least XP MTX. I'm fine with cosmetic MTXs. I would prefer that those cosmetics were instead earnable in the game, because I think that is a huge part of the grind, and a huge value to the grind. But, you know, companies got to make money. If you want to have some cosmetics and stuff that you sell, I can get behind that. I'll support that. But the loot boxes, the paying for XP, is very anti-consumer in my opinion. Which is why Iron Man is so great, right? I don't have to interact with any of that shit. But it does mean also not being able to interact with the Grand Exchange, which is kind of a bummer. So I understand why people don't want to just play Iron Man. that's why exclusive. Yeah, I mean, until the change comes in January 19th, I probably won't actively pursue any sort of main account for the sake of actually playing. I do really like the Grand Exchange. I do really like playing with marketplaces. I love auction houses in my MMOs because I'm about a grindy motherfucker. And I like to just go out there and grind resources and shit and sell them. Makes me really happy. I like to watch the currency number go up. It's very important to my life. So the fact that I haven't really been watching this number go up at all has been kind of sad. Ba-da-ba-da, ba-da-ba-da, ba-da-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. $40 more Christmas papers. Hey, I'm up to 1,100 Christmas papers again. That's the other thing, is I really like getting all these Christmas papers. Oh, so many good ways to go turn in and stuff in here to get stuffs. It's making me very happy. I wish that I had something cool to like put in the Secret Santa. Unfortunately, I don't have anything cool to put in the Secret Santa. Man, people who play this game are such a bunch of masochists. Look at, I mean, even on this little world, where there's only 150 people playing at all, there's 5 of us over here. This person's name is Sick of This Game. Hold up. Let's examine them. Whoops. Their name is Sick of This Game. Oh, I can't look at their skills. But they have 140 combat. That's fucking hilarious. I wonder if they made this character called Sick of This Game and then leveled it up, or if they've changed the name because they've leveled it up. Oh, that's interesting. This person goes back and gets wood and does more carving. So I've been going in a full circuit every time. But I wonder if it might be better to go get wood and then do a huge paint and then do a huge finish and then turn in a ton of them all at once. I wonder if that might be better XP per time. I don't know. I kind of like my little circuit. I think I'm going to stick to it, but it's an interesting thought. The little micro optimizations that you could do. I would get another 16 pieces of wood. which would be another 3 marionettes. And then I could get 13 pieces of wood, which would be another 2 marionettes. It would have like a weird diminishing return, so it probably wouldn't be as valuable. Could be a second account. You're right, it might be. I think it's hilarious though. I love seeing really high level accounts that have names disparaging the game that they're in. Because you just know, like, that person has just sunk so much time into the game. And now they're so angry about it. It's hilarious. You almost feel bad for them, but it's pretty funny. Oh shit. We got our 25,000 Christmas spirit. That's dope. Just killing the game over here. Where am I? We're over in Santa's village. We're over here making marionettes for all the good little girls and boys, so that we can get ourselves some crafting XP, level up our crafting, and get some Christmas spirit, so that we can go buy some present things and see if they've got anything of any value. So we're actually about to go buy one right now. We're going to see if we can get a hold of the drop rates, the drop rate table here. And we're going to take a look. Making snowballs. Hell yeah. Gotta get that fletching. Gotta fight that Snoverlord. I love that fucking name. Snoverlord. So good. Haven't done the quest yet, but soon. Gotta get that shit done. That one's actually not that bad. Definitely the most difficult one. Or the longest one. Oh, he's got a marionette. Dope. The longest one was the one where you had to go save the imps in all the different cities. Alright, let's go talk to this nerd. Open Christmas Spirit Shop. Why is this locked? Oh. They did me dirty. I didn't realize I couldn't buy this with an Iron Man account. No! Porque why? Alright, well, let's look at RS3 Mystery. gift. Christmas. So I'm going to see what kind of value this might have. For my alts. Just real quick. Let's see. You can get charms. You can get charms, that's nice. You can get seedy mush. I don't know what that is. Animal feed. And meaty mush. Okay, so these must be for your farms. You can get clues. All the way up to elite. Large bag of invention components. Here we go. Here's the potentially really valuable stuff. You can get an alchemist key, a crystal key, catalyst anima stones. I don't even know what most of this shit is. You can get spirits. You can get lots of seeds. Lots of dragon leathers. That's interesting. Gemstones. Ashes. Bones. Planks. And then some scrimshaws. Those are pretty valuable. And then in the free-to-play worlds, so those are what you can get. You can get a ton of different stuff in the members worlds. But in the free-to-play worlds, if you open these, you can only get pure essence, impious ashes, wood spirits, dungeoneering wild cards, gold charms, coal spirits, gold spirits, raw lobsters, raw swordfishes, dragon bones, and limestone. And a huge cash bag. Interesting. Well, fuck me sideways is how that goes. I open those first few days presents. Got about 10 of each. I'll save up. About 50 and try massive opening. Hope for the best. Yeah, so these are slightly different than the presents that you get from... I can exchange paper for presents. But these have a slightly different drop table than those. So it looks like my ultimate goal then is probably just going to be to get 130,000 Christmas spirit so that I can just unlock everything that's here. Because none of this stuff is going to be... is going to have any real value to me, right? There's no way to gain any resources or anything like that from this. So this is pretty much just a skilling area as far as an Iron Man account is concerned. Oh, an Overlord has spawned. Hang on. We got to go Get our bank here. We gotta go get our snowballs. Give me them snowballs. Go kill the Snoverlord. Oh, Snoverlord is already dead. I wonder how long ago this happened. I'm so sad. I miss the Snoverlord. No! Yeah, so let's see here. Let's go open up this Christmas shop, and let's just buy a shitload of stuff right now. We've got Christmas Jumper Snowman, confirmed. Christmas Jumper Snow Imp, confirmed. The Chili title, absolutely. Let's go to pets. Let's buy out all the pets first. Let's see, Sparkles the Snake. Fuck yeah. Santar Spawnling. Okay. This is the Marionette. Let's get that. Rudolph Reborn for sure. And this little icicle dude. Fuck yeah. What do we got in the miscellaneous? We got a bunch of boards. We got a snow globe. Snoverlord plushie. Okay, this must be Snowman loot beam. Yes. Santa napped teleport. Sure. Let's get that. What is Santa napped? Oh, it's a teleport animation override. Yeah, we definitely want that. See some overhead emotes. Santa salute emote. Unlocks the Santa title. Let's go back over here to cosmetics. Let's see what I can get. I've only got another 1,000. Unlocks the Snoverlord head. We can get Snoverlord everything. Let's get the Snoverlord head. All right, let's go into our cosmetics here. Animation. The animation I want is the teleport animation. It must be under spell animations, surely. Boom. Santa napped. Dope. That's what I'm talking about. Apply that bad boy. I don't think I have any skill and tool animations. Nope. Walk animation? No. Overhead skilling? No. Rest animations? Standing around or hot chocolate rest? Let's do hot chocolate. Combat animations. Festive ghost, vengeful ghost. Sure. We'll have that too. Let's go to wardrobe. And let's go over here to filter by slot, head. Oh yeah, we're an angry snowman. That's for sure. That's what's up. Who's an angry snowman? I'm an angry snowman. Roar, I'm a snowman. That gives me no end of joy. Oh, I gotta go put all my stuff back in my bank here. Oh, what's this? Use star spawnling. Use where? Okay, I don't know how that works. Let's go back to magic. Oh no, that's right. This stuff all goes on my body. Actually, we're just gonna put it in here. Yeah, that should be good. So now if the jackass dude appears again, oh, we can actually go fight him. Then we'll go over here and we'll put whatever the fudge that is in there. Nice. Good stuff. Now we're going to hit that grind again. So now my goal is just to, I think we're just going to do the crafting until we get 130,000 Christmas spirit. Then we're going to use our Christmas spirit. We're going to buy out the whole Christmas store so we have all of the holiday cosmetics and all that different stuff. Because why the hell not? And then we'll probably be done with Santa's Village. Because there won't really be any more point in being here if I can't buy the mystery gifts. I guess I could probably continue to skill, but because I won't be double dipping the Christmas spirit and the XP, I don't actually think the XP rates are all that superior, at least once you get to about the level that I'm at here. But once you get into that 50-60 range, I just don't think that these skilling rates are necessarily all that good. So honestly, I probably should go ahead and like do some cooking or some construction or something like that instead of the crafting, and go back to my original plan for crafting, which is to get to where I can do the rare gems and then just cut the rare gems for that crafting. So that's probably what I'll do. I'll finish up with the marionettes here. And then I think construction is a good one because Cassie told me a little bit about if I get my construction and my farming up, I can actually get a personal farm over in Ardonia. Last year I got 3 pink Santa hats on my group Iron Man. Yo, that's awesome. That's really dope. That's really, really dope. I will literally convert this character to main if I get something like that. There will be no more Iron Man. Nice. All right, so we're all done there. So now what we're going to do is we're actually going to switch over here. We're going to get unfinished decorations. Can I get one? Oh, I can get a bunch of unfinished decorations. Okay. So we're going to fill up our inventory here. It's $5 bill now. Bought it for like 3.5. Nice. Yo, that's a great return on investment. Okay, and then we'll just start working this XP here. We're only getting 4 XP every couple of ticks. It's actually like 3 or 4 ticks. So the XP rate here for the construction is pretty bad, but I think you get a payout when you turn in. So you make the decoration and then you turn it in. I think you get a payout of XP there. So we're going to see what it takes. It's 101 when we're getting started here. So we're going to see how long it takes to do a full inventory here. And then we're going to see what the overall XP payout is. Let's see. We have... Here we are. We're going to be exactly at level 11 with 13,058 XP, or 1,358. So yeah, we'll just take a quick look. The new Foundations quest is very good for early construction. Highly recommend. That's the one where you go do Fort Forinthy, right? I tried to do that one. I couldn't figure out how to make the stupid plank thing work, and I didn't want to buy planks. So I left. But I tried to do that a long, long time ago. Like a week and a half ago. But I just want to get... I want to get the construction up to 35. Because that's where Cassie said I could get my own personal farm. And the idea of... It seems like I can raise more than just foods stuffs on there. Like seeds and stuff. It looks like maybe I'm going to be able to have animals. Which will be super dope. I definitely want to do all of that. Yeah, play your own farm is great. But yeah, I definitely want to do that. Because the cooking is so important in this game. All right, so we're done. So we got to re-click it. Right? That was strange. It took a really long time to get that to work again. It's a more AFK, less profitable way to level your farming. Well, that's great, because I can't make any profit off of farming anyway. So that's fine with me. Hey, there we go, level 12. Yeah, these early levels, for all of these different skills that you can do in here, are just so good. You're just getting such good XP for such a massively AFK little grind here, which is just fantastic. It also seems like some of the XP might scale with your level. Is that? Because I was getting 4s, and now I'm getting 5 and 6s. We're going to have to pay attention to this and see if that's true. If you want to make a quick detour, there's a very good method for farming XP that you can start at level 17 farming. Mostly I want to do farming in a way that's something I can interact with, like at the beginning and end of my stream. but I don't want to like actively do farming to try and level it up. I do want to get my farming leveled because it's going to help with herbology or herb lore. That's going to help with cooking. I know that a lot of people usually just like fish and cook, but I want to do like pies and cakes and stuff like that because you can get multiple bites out of those. And so you'll use up a lot less inventory space and get a lot more food out of it. So beehives would be perfect. Okay, we'll get some beehives. Buy wood, leaves, and Faldor, like 300 of them. Then you can deposit the leaves into the beehives in the east side of the player-owned farm. Put 24 leaves in them, and they consume by the bees at 1 per hour. So you just check them once a day. Yeah, that's perfect. That's real perfect. Absolutely. That is definitely what I want. Damn, we're about to pass our 3rd level. Yeah, this early level XP in the Christmas Village is fucking baller, dude. So you just check them once a day. Yeah, the earlier you put them in there, the better. Absolutely. Absolutely. I will make sure those are the first things I add. Yeah, this is great. The early game XP for this stuff is just stupid. Absolutely stupid. And I do think the XP I'm earning is scaling with my level. Because normally when I do these semi-AFK activities, I'm getting 9. Like when I'm doing cooking, I'm getting 9 XP. But this one I was getting 4s and 5s. And then I started getting 5s and 6s. And now I'm getting more 6s and less 5s. So I seriously think that I'm getting more XP as I level up. Which is fucking crazy. Yeah, this is definitely the best place to be skilling then. Like, without question. I wasn't noticing it on my crafting because I wasn't gaining levels very quickly. But that's super cool. That's super duper cool. I love that a lot. On Group Iron Man, you don't get XP from doing the seasonal events. Yeah, that's what Cassie was saying yesterday. I mean, you still get Christmas spirit, right? So you can still buy up all the event stuff. Fire pit with hook, wooden kitchen table, cider barrel, wooden shelves, a rug, and high-level plants. Dope, level 14. You get spirit and wrapping, but you just get the wrapping paper naturally though, right? You don't even have to be doing anything, you just have to be like logged in. I really love using up the wrapping paper and getting all those presents and opening them. Super fun. Really enjoy that. All right. Cruising right along. Got a rocking chair, and we have all the levels we need for bringing home the bacon. Nice. You have to gain XP for it to trigger. It does a check every 30 seconds, and you have to gain XP for it to trigger. Okay. So you can't just sit there doing nothing. That's interesting. So right now is a really good time to be skilling. Got it. So yesterday, I thought that there was something, because yesterday when I was doing the quests, right, I wasn't really getting a lot of paper on my main. And when I was just gathering up resources on my alt the day before, I had been getting lots and lots of paper. And so I was a little confused as to how that system was working. But that makes sense because while I was questing, I just wasn't getting as much XP. That's good to know. It's really good to know. Let's go turn these in. I want to see. Okay, so I don't get a boost to my XP for turning those in. I'm getting 100 Christmas spirit per decoration. So this is actually probably the best Christmas spirit per time right here, if I'm being honest. Workshop room, repair bench, tool store 1, imp statue, oak trees, maximum dimensions 4x4 rooms, and a chapel tier 1. Dope. I'm so fucking sidetracked right now. I'm supposed to be trying to get lunar diplomacy done so that I can get to 70 crafting. And my dumbass is in Santa's village doing fucking construction. Because that's... Man, I can't even, dude. Can't even. What a goofy ass game, man. What a goofy ass game. I can't wait. So, yeah, when in Rome, there you go. I can't wait. Now that I have 25 necromancy, I really need to put in some work on creating a build for my melee that rolls in some necromancy, so that lesser shield that gets probably a two-handed weapon, because I like the idea of a two-handed weapon. Actually, I probably want one build that's a two-handed weapon that does AoE or farming mobs, and I probably want one weapon that's a dual wield or single combat. And then I want to add in, the enfeebles and stuff like that. I definitely want to be throwing in. So I need to make a really good revo bar for my melee combat now, that I sort of have access to everything I want to have access to. Because we're getting close. If I level up my melee all the way to 50, and I get, full orichalcum and stuff on, I think it'll be time to murder that fucking mole. Beat that little dude's ass. Hey, that's 6 levels in construction already. Ooh, yeah. We can get a plumbing stand, a crafting table 1, and an oak wall decoration. Can I actually craft at this crafting table? Could I do all of my crafting in my own home? Otherwise, if you don't want to do that, there are good revo bars in the wiki. Oh yeah, no, I absolutely won't be looking at the wiki for revo bars. Absolutely not. I refuse to believe that those people have any clue what they're fucking talking about. Make certain things at it, like clockworks and obscure items. Oh, well, that's too bad. I would love to just be able to do all my crafting in my home. That'd be dope. Put myself a little bank there. That'd be dope. Yeah, well, it's about exploration, and so this is something I've actually talked about a lot, Queso, on the channel over the last year or so. Is the point of playing MMORPG games is to explore, and it's not just about exploring the world, and it's not just about exploring quests and stuff like that. It's not about the physical act of exploration necessarily. It's also the act of exploring mechanics, exploring skills, exploring, different builds and stuff like that. And so the more your game has to explore, the more time I can spend playing the game before I'm just doing the same shit and bored. And so that's actually one of the things that so far I've really enjoyed about RS3 is there are so many different skills and so many different ways to train each of the skills and so many different storylines from so many different quests that I haven't really felt like I've just been doing the same thing for the whole 21 or so days that I've been playing this game. And that hasn't happened to me in a video game in a really, really long time. Because modern MMOs are just, bang through the quest line, get to maximum level, be maximum level, get your best slot gear, do the same dungeon on repeat. And so it's weird to go from a series of games that I've played that have been this extremely repetitive sort of anti-exploration to a game that feels like I'm just constantly exploring shit. And so that's why, and like every other MMO quest is like, go kill this thing or take this item to the person. Yeah, absolutely. We've had lots of really cool, you go to Mezcab and you do that quest line there to turn those people into the Power Rangers or whatever. And you have that cool little mortar quest that's kind of like the old school Missile Command game. And then you have, different puzzles where you're pushing things around. And then you have, these agility courses in some of your quests. And then you have, you just have all of these different mechanics that are incorporated into the quests. And it's something that I've said a lot about MMO games is you have to find a way to incorporate skill sets that are different from your primary game skill set. Hey, Henry with the follow over on Twitch. Thanks a lot. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. But yeah, you have to incorporate skill sets that are outside of your core combat skill set, which is typically, moving around your character and typically moving around your character and like doing your attack actions, activating your skills, stuff like that. And so there's a lot of quests in this game that are really moving away from that. And then the storylines are really good. I don't typically care about storylines, but I've enjoyed the storylines from the RuneScape quests. They've been a lot of fun. Oh my gosh, we passed 2 more levels. We're now in level 18. We got a fire pit with a pot. We got a wooden workbench. We've got an Asgardian Ale Barrel. We've got some fucking curtains. No peep shows today. Close the curtains before I change. But yeah, no, I mean, it's been... And I look over here, right? And I look at where my skills are at. I haven't really interacted with construction a ton. So I've got a lot of exploration to do here. I haven't really interacted with fire making a ton. So I've got a lot of exploration to do here. I almost never use my prayers. So I've got a ton of exploration to do into the prayer system. I haven't done any ranged exploration, herb lore exploration. Hunting I haven't done. Divination I've barely done. Archaeology I've just started. Most of my levels in summoning come from lamps. So I haven't really done anything there. Lots to do there. Farming we haven't really done a lot of. Like I've been playing this game for 21 days. And I feel like I've just barely walked into it. Prayer is super OP in mid-late game. Yeah, so one of the things that I've noticed is when I've watched other people play the game, specifically OSRS, your prayers are almost more important than anything else as far as being able to beat bosses and stuff like that. So definitely that's going to be super important to be looking at. Protect item. Nice. Rapid heal. Some of the prayers and stuff that I have as of right now aren't necessarily super good. Prayers. Ooh, steel skin. Nice. I have done a lot of Slayer. I've mostly been leveling up my magic by doing Slayer. So, we've just been running around killing nerds. A lot. And it's really fun. I very much enjoy it. But yeah, let's go in here and let's take a look at this. I didn't even realize that I had this steel skin prayer. What does this do? Increase your defense rating? Yep. So we're going to have to put that on some of our autos. Hey, we're up to 19 in the construction. Mystic lore, supercharge, void equipment. Let's just go to prayers here. Rapid heal, rapid restore, improve reflexes. Okay, so I think I've got most of these sort of equipped, but oh, I see. So they get better. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Queso. That's exactly what I want. Wuralamiposi is a bot. Thanks for following me, bot. I appreciate it. You also don't know any creators who connect people with viewers, or whatever the hell that stupid message is about. I hate bots. Like, so much. Hate them so much. Bunch of fucking nerds. A cat basket and an oak chair. Oh, that's right. I still have a kitty cat that I haven't raised up. Still have a kitty cat that I haven't raised up. Yeah, so let's actually look in here. And let's edit this melee one. Because I don't want steel skin. Oh, no, I do want steels. Oh, okay, so it's auto-upgrading them. That's really, really nice, actually. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Let's see. Rapid restore. Rapid heal. Protect item. So eventually I'm going to be getting protection from summoning, protect from magic, protect from range, protect from melee. Reduces the damage you take from melee attacks by 50%. So this is the one that you've got to be like cycling on the bosses a lot, right? Retribution inflicts damage to nearby targets if you die. Redemption heals you when damaged and health falls below 10%, but instantly drains all prayer points when doing so. Opponent's prayer stat is drained. Chivalry increases your defense rating, melee strength, and melee attack rating. That's me all day right there. Piety increases your defense rating, melee strength, and melee attack rating. Okay. Rigor increases your defense rating, ranged, strength, and attack rating. Same for magic. Necromancy. Increase critical strike chance by 4% and heals you for 10% of your max life points over 6 seconds each time you critically strike. And then increase your melee, ranged, magic, and necromancy strength. Oh, that's everything. Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, some really good prayers. Really, really cool. Probably what I'm going to be looking to do is I'm going to be looking to build a prayer stack that I can just keep on. I'm not necessarily going to be looking to have prayers that I'm changing. I know that on a lot of the bosses, that's going to be an absolute requirement because some of their attacks and stuff will just hit so hard you have to change the prayers specifically to mitigate their types of damage, and I know they change damage types. So that will probably have to be an addendum to these skills that I'm going to allow myself to use. Can I move the prayers down here? Can I activate them like this? I can. Okay. So that will likely be something that I'm going to have to do, is in addition to my QWER, which is going to primarily be my movement skills. I will probably also have to throw some prayers down here for some of the bosses and turn on and off certain defensive prayers, just sort of as a requirement. But if most of my damage and most of my defenses are primarily being run off of my Revo bar, then I'll have plenty of time for that, right? I'll be able to move around and then manage my prayers. I wonder, can I even pull, like, can I pull this down here? Ooh, I can. That, see, that is fucking dope. That's so dope, it's not even funny. Wow. Just wow. Now here's the really big question is, could I put that, if I did this, could I put it on my Revo bar? And if I can put it on my Revo bar, so this is what I'm talking about when I talk about how cool the Revo bar could be, is you have the potential to create these systems where you can put other other conditions on your Revo bar, right? If instead of just having this left to right customization, if I could go in here on my Revo bar, and I could change, like, this skill only activated under a certain HP, and then I could put prayer presets in there, and I could activate prayer presets under certain HPs. Can I, hang on. Is it possible to make gear presets? Oh my God. Do you see what's happening right here? We're manipulating our equipment on our revo bar. And this is crazy important. Because when you change your gear, well, so we're not doing it on our revo bar. Sorry, that is incorrect. And I actually need to do some testing on this to see if it will activate this as part of the revo bar. The reason this is important is because when you switch combat types, your revo bar automatically changes to the bar of that type, right? So my melee bar is this one. My ranged bar is here. My magic bar is here. My necromancy bar is here. And when I switch to a certain type of gear, it automatically changes to that revo bar. Which means if I was wearing a full set of hybrid gear, even if it was only hybrid between two sets, I could effectively use 2 revo bars by making this one the last one on the list. So that when everything was on cooldown, we would switch gear. And that would automatically take us to a different action bar. Which is insane. So I need to try that. I don't know if it's possible or not. The fact that you can put that stuff down here on the action bar is pretty crazy. I didn't know that. So when people were telling me that, people are constantly switching gear and stuff, I thought they were doing it from their inventories. I didn't realize those things could be done on your action bar. But if they can be done on your revo bar, this is going to be the most fun I've ever had making builds in my life. This is fantastic. Okay, we're gonna get cray-cray. Oh, I need to know so bad if it'll do that. Oh, well, so I'm trying to remove the piano practice, Zesty. I don't want to click all those buttons. I only want to click my movement skills. I want to use my mouse to click the screen where my character's going. And if I absolutely have to, I want to switch my prayers manually. But those are the only things that I want to do manually. I want all of my actual combat to happen on the Revo bar, which is why this potential ability to swap Revo bars automatically is so good. Because it gives me this opportunity to maybe not just be restricted to 14 skills, which is awesome. Which is so awesome. So we're going to be diving deeper and deeper into some of this. People talk about, switching to shields to activate certain shield abilities. And I don't know if the thing will change automatically if all I do is switch my offhand. I might be required to switch my main hand to make that switch happen. But if that's the case, we can still do some stuff with that, right? We could switch to a main hand with a shield that is different, swap the Revo bar, activate all of our shield abilities, and then swap back automatically. Ooh. Ooh. Yo, this is so good. I really need to test this. And we're going to right now. I have the test. I know what to do. So we're going to put this right up here. Okay, and now you have to get banned. Holy shitballs, dude. This fucking nerd bot in my freaking chat pissing me off. I don't like having to open up my stupid web browser to go through all the effort of banning people. It's just so annoying. I don't want to do it. Just get out of my life. All right, we're going to throw this snowball at this dude. Poop. That might be the saddest day of my life. You can't automatically change your gear on the Revo bar. I really, really hope that the plan for the future of combat in this game is making the Revo bar more useful. I know a lot of people disagree, but, well, that's wrong. And I'm right. Hey, level 23 on the construction. What's up? Wooden shelves 3. Yeah, that makes me hella sad. Yo, we're passing so many levels on construction right now. This is so awesome. We're now up to getting 11 XP also. From the 4 to 5 we were getting before, now up to 11. This is fantastic. Are we maybe taking construction all the way to 99? Is our first level 99 skill maybe going to be construction? I feel like for the memes, that might be worth it. Just for shits and grins, that could be a lot of fun. Okay, so we finished. Now we click again. There we go. So you see it when you're in the process of working on the star. It sort of tilts to the side and shifts, rotates in the Z dimension as well, or the Y dimension, X dimension, Y dimension, Z dimension. I don't know which dimension. Rotates in one of the dimensions. So you just have to wait and then click. This is fabulous, though. Plus, I'm getting 100 Christmas spirit from each of these. So I've already gained 1,300 Christmas spirit so far. This is not going poorly. And it's a great amount of XP. I mean, it could be better, but it's pretty great. We're just going to keep plugging away here. We're at the very least going to take this to 35. I don't think fishing or fletch... Well, oh no, fletching's down here. We're at 40 fletching already. So I don't think either of these are going to be necessarily all that valuable to me. As far as what I can earn here in the Christmas Village. I definitely think, and I might put out a video, but if you're planning on making a new character, I definitely think that making it right now, there are a couple of things that are wildly important that you can level. Specifically, if you're trying to make a hardcore character, I think the fact that you can get fishing and cooking up so high, up to easily, you could get to 50 fishing and cooking. Just here in Santa's Village. And so if you were to come and do those things on a brand new character that you were trying to hardcore, I feel like that would give you a huge leg up on the hardcore experience. I guess you have to do this quest to get all the fairies and stuff going in order to actually be able to interact with this cooking thing or any of the other things in the workshop. But you could still very much just get your wood cutting and your fishing and your fletching up also. So again, if you wanted to do a ranged character, right, getting your fletching and your wood cutting up so that you could constantly be making your best in slot weapons at the very least. And then, you know, you get your fishing up so that you can get some good fishes. I feel like that would probably be slightly less valuable. You know, you want your crafting, you want your cooking, because those are going to provide you your defensive stats. But yeah, I mean, you make a new character, you come over here, you level up some crafting, you level up some cooking, you level up some fishing. And then you go out into the world and you do your thing. And you try not to die. It would be really valuable. Might put out a little video. Because I think there are a lot of people also that are planning on waiting to try the game until January 19th. And I think those people are going to miss out on a pretty significant leg up here by not starting their characters now and by wanting to wait until the treasure hunter goes away. So at the very least, starting your character as an Iron Man so that you don't have access to the bank until the treasure hunter goes away. And then coming in here and leveling up and doing some of the core stuff here will really give you a leg up on a lot of your stuff, I think. Something is suddenly going very wrong. We're catching these weird little lag spikes right now. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's fine, though. Up to level 25, just 10 more levels. You now have all the levels you need for rune mechanics. The quest, nice. Skill trophies room. With a marble staircase. Crafting table 2. Tool store 2. Oak clock. A maid servant. Oh, a servant bell, okay. Start room farming patch in Demonheim. Ooh, I didn't realize the construction changed what can happen in the dungeoneering in Demonheim. That's cool. Desert dungeon style? What other stuff is there that can affect Demonheim? Start room range in Demonheim. Ooh, a place to cook at the start of Demonheim. See, that's really important. Yeah, well, you get most stuff when you start anyway. Prayer altar at the start of Demonheim, nice. You know, you get things like, you know, the furnace and a ton of stuff normally, but I didn't realize the construction was going to do so much down there. But yeah, you're right. And so this is actually something I've thought of as well, Zesty. Is it'd be kind of cool to do a Demonheim locked character and try and max every skill in the dungeons. Because you could do everything down there, right? So you go do whatever you have to do to be able to actually use the skills if you have to do a quest or whatever. And then you go down there and try and just max them all out in Demonheim. I think that'd be super dope. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. If there are a couple that you can't, you know, you just ignore those. And obviously, nobody would actually watch that because everybody hates Demonheim and hates the dungeons. So, you know, whatever, that's not really a worthwhile series to make. But if they ever make any changes to the way the dungeon layouts work, and just generally improve the Demonheim dungeons to where lots more people like them, I think that would be a really, really good little game mode that you could make for yourself, where you just lock yourself in Demonheim and go ham. Turn RS3 into a roguelite. There are a lot of really cool fucking things to do in this game. This game has done what a lot of other games are always trying to do, where this game has a lot of opportunity for you to create your own types of gameplay. And there are a lot of games out there who, you know, they're very sandboxy. And that's like their whole gimmick is, it's a sandbox, do whatever you want. But the sandbox doesn't work the same way that the Runescape sandbox does. And so you don't actually have the ability to do whatever you want. And it's because the number of activities and the types of activities that you can do in those games isn't nearly varied enough. I think we're definitely going to get a dungeoneering rework at some point. I hope so. I hope it's not too massive of a rework. But there are some things about the longer dungeons that are really annoying. Like constantly having to go back. And you end up just running like back and forth and all the way back to the beginning and stuff in the longer dungeons. And that makes those really unfun. And so I would like to see maybe some more diversity in the motifs that appeared. And I would like to see maybe a little less of the obnoxious running back and forth looking for keys. And maybe do something that's a little more linear. And so instead of going back and forth, maybe there are like some routes that I can pick. And you're just kind of always moving forward. Because I think moving forward is real fun. And I think having to make decisions is fun too. Right? So if you pick a route, you can't go to the other route. And then it can fork, right? Your route can fork and then end up putting you on that other route. But something very much like Slay the Spire, for example, where at every fork you get to pick one room and then you're only going into that room. And so whatever's there is what you get access to. Instead of all this running around back and forth in a big clusterfuck, and you don't really know what connections are where, and it's not fun. But if it was a little more linear and was a little more decision oriented, I think it could be good. Although that would make it less group content and more solo content. So I think kind of the reason that they have things set up the way they do is that it's designed mostly to be done by groups. And so you send people off in different directions and stuff like that. And you use the teleports to move around. And so then things become less of a problem. But I don't know. I'd really like to see how some of the really, really high tier dungeons, right, all the way down on the lower floors. I'd really like to see some of that. That's going to take a long time to get to, though. But I want to know, how difficult are the enemies? What kind of stuff is down there? How many points can I get from a run? A lot of fun. A lot of fun to be had. Is it? I would imagine that's probably true. It seems pretty interesting. A pump and tub, an oak chest of drawers, an oak staircase, and easy hidey holes. Nice. This is actually something that I've been wanting to get, was these hidey holes. Because I know where a couple of them are. I don't know exactly what they're for, and I want to see. So we're going to get some hidey holes. Also, I have an evil snowman face as my face. Which is freaking dope, in case you didn't know. Holy shit, another one. Yo, what is with the bots today? Holy crap, dude. We haven't had this many bots in a long time. What an absolute fucking joke. Get with the program, Twitch. Fix your bot problem. So useless. Get with the program. I mean, I don't think that's true. Okay, so because YouTube just doesn't focus on creating a positive streaming environment, right? There's no interactivity mechanisms on YouTube. And they've started trying to do some of that, but they've tried really hard to monetize it all. right? Like you've got super chats and super likes or whatever that you have. But those are only interactivity mechanisms driven by monetization. And so there are quite a few interactivity mechanisms on Twitch that you can use that don't require you to monetize them. And I just think that's better because I don't want to try and over monetize my community and my streams. And so I would like to see YouTube get on the bandwagon a little bit with some interactivity stuff that maybe doesn't require you to have to monetize them. Like, I wanted to set up some stuff when I hit 500 subscribers on YouTube, and every time I looked at it, it was just this like, for example, in order to open memberships on my YouTube, I have to provide something for memberships outside of my regular content. And so it's things like early access to content or special videos or things like that. And I don't want to do that because I just want everybody to have access to all my stuff all the time. And so I don't, they have a very money first approach to things on YouTube. And I don't like that. Just like YouTube's interfaces and stuff. I mean, I agree with that. And I personally almost never use Twitch for anything but streaming. I definitely prefer YouTube. I prefer YouTube for discoverability. I prefer YouTube for searchability. I prefer, because YouTube's got so many different types of content. Because I can watch videos, I can watch streams, I can watch shorts, I can watch, whatever. I definitely think that as a whole, as a content platform, YouTube is absolutely better. But just specifically when it comes to the streams and the interactivity of the stream, I think Twitch has it beat 100%. And I think that's why older people tend to watch on YouTube and younger people tend to watch on Twitch. Is because the older people don't necessarily need those extra little interactivity things. Right, just being able to talk and listen and, just watch what's going on is enough for a lot of the older viewers. And then a lot of the younger viewers want things, where they can, turn in their tokens or whatever that they get for watching and do little things and have stuff that they do interact with the chat and highlight messages and, all that stuff is a little more important to them. Which is fine. It's why multi-streaming is important. Because you want to be able to bring those communities together and give them the experience that they want to have access to. Which is why, again, it upsets me so much that all of the streaming platforms are trying so hard to be separated from each other and make integration and, cross-contamination so hard. It drives me insane because that's literally the worst way to try and grow communities on these platforms. They are cutting off their noses to spite their faces. And it's aggravating as shit. But who am I? I'm just some clown with a computer who plays video games on the internet. What do I know? What I would ultimately like to do, more than anything, and what I think would be super cool, if ultimately impossible, would be to create my own website, specifically create and host my own website, specifically to run just my stream. Because if we did that, right, if I had that much control, then everything about the stream could be manipulated and changed. The interactivity stuff could be changed. The way we have VODs and stuff saved could be changed. Instead of having this generic platform, the problem is that you have to be on a platform, right? Because you have to have that discoverability. And you just can't get that discoverability by making your own website to do your own streams. That's not possible. And it's because so many things in the internet have become aggregated, right? We have Amazon aggregates your shopping, YouTube, Twitch aggregates your content. Things like Reddit and other social media platforms aggregate your communications. And so trying to communicate outside of those things is impractical, especially when you're trying to communicate with people you don't already know, right? Like, it'd be easy enough to create a website where you and your family members could go and talk to each other. But if you were ever trying to expand that community out, it would be almost impossible, right? You would have to use like a Discord or something like that, an aggregator that brings everything together. But hopefully, in the future, something that is really interesting about AI is its ability to sift information and provide you results. So that's basically what generative AIs are doing, right? When you send a message to a Gen AI, it's sending you its best impression of what somebody else would respond to you based on a huge amount of data it's taken. But that can be manipulated to do some things like search, right? Which is something that they're already using that for. But you could also use it at an edge, in an edge case, where it was something that was attached directly to the internet coming into your home, right? Sort of as part of your firewall, I guess. And when you sent out a search, your personal AI that understands your personal preferences and has been training on specifically how you interact with the internet would be able to then aggregate lots of different websites, lots of different stuff like that, so that instead of having to sift personally through, a mountain of different content creators' websites or different storefronts for a bunch of makers who are making stuff in their homes or in small shops, your personal AI could sift through that data and then, based on your search parameters, provide you with sort of your own personal algorithm to the internet. I think that's something that, as AI advances, is going to become more and more possible. And when that starts to happen, we'll start to get away, or hopefully be able to get away, from some of these aggregators and move out on our own, right? Have self-hosted websites, self-hosted storefronts, self-hosted content, all of those things. Because you won't want to be beholden to those big companies, right? Like, I would much rather not have YouTube be in charge of whether or not I get to continue streaming, because at any point, for any reason, they can just deplatform me. You know, I'd rather not have Twitch being able to tell me like, hey, we've decided that we don't like you, so bye. But we'll see. I'm pretty excited about the future of the internet because of stuff like that. Edge case AI is going to be really important for decentralizing the internet again. Which I think is important. Hey, level fudging 30. What do we got? The Great Brain Robbery. We can have a games room. We can have a large oven. We can have an oak bed. Bunch of oak stuff. That's nice. Ooh, we can have a suit of armor. Some trees. Cook servant. 5x5 rooms. Refine some teak planks. Make teak frames. Wetlock orphan. That person just disappeared. Where did they go? I'm honestly really shocked at how quickly we're moving through these levels. I mean, from 10 to 30 is a lot of levels. Very, very quickly. I mean, it's been like an hour. Pretty happy about that. Pretty happy about that. One of my alts is actually level 80 mining. I have exceeded my main's mining level. Actually, both of my alts have higher mining than this one. The other one's 78. Which is hilarious. Pretty sure this character still has more overall XP. But that might not be the case for long, because all they do is skill all day. Well, not all day, for 4 or 5 hours after I get off stream, but I think once we start this next decoration, I'm going to go ahead and go use the restroom and get some food real quick, because I'm a little hungry. And then we'll keep pounding out these decorations until we get to level 35. And then we'll think of something else. Maybe we'll try and hit the farming hard to try and get to level 35 farming so we can get our own farm. I don't know. Or maybe we'll go back to crafting. But I'll be right back. All right, we back. Get this decoration done here. Then we'll get some more unfinished decorations. Finish out these last 4 levels here. Yeah, man. Had to give me some food. I'm hungry. So, while considering this taco machine, I have thought about a few things, primarily the question of keeping the ingredients fresh, right? You'd only really be able to have the taco machine have about a day's worth of ingredients because, after 12 or so hours, you just wouldn't be able to continue to use those ingredients, right? If you were constantly stirring and moving the meat, keeping it warm and stuff like that so that it wasn't going bad, then that would totally work. And you could probably have meat in there from the time you wake up till the time you go to sleep. The same would be true of the vegetables, right? If you were having like lettuce and tomatoes and stuff in there that were diced up. Except it doesn't have to work on magic. I'm serious, Drippy Bun. I'm gonna make a taco machine, or get somebody to make me a taco machine. But then the other thing would be refrigeration, right? You'd have to refrigerate the lettuce or the tomatoes or whatever. But you could very easily have, like a salad shooter that you just drop some tomatoes and some lettuce in, and it just dices them up real quick and shoots them into a refrigerated compartment. And then the next thing would be cleaning the entire thing. So you would need to clean it every single day. And so the question becomes, can you make it so easy to clean that that the time it takes to clean it every day is significantly less than, the time it would take to just make the fucking tacos yourself, right? There is at least some potential self-cleaning that can be done. Depending on how your... So the important thing is to not need additional parts to facilitate at least some self-cleaning. Outside of maybe just like adding some water and stuff. So you wouldn't want to like have scrub brushes inside of it or something, because that's just more moving parts. It's more problems. So I don't know. It might be impractical. Might be cheaper just to hire somebody to make me a fat stack of tacos every day and drop them off at my house. Then just eat them throughout the day. I mean, honestly, so there's something that's pretty common here in New Mexico, and something I really like is older Mexican ladies very frequently do things like make large batches of tamales at home or burritos, like basically anything you could put in a tortilla and totally close up. There is a lot of older Mexican ladies in New Mexico who make really good, like, Mexican food. And then they'll drive around in their van with, like, coolers full of burritos and shit. And they'll stop off at places where, people are working construction, auto shops, stuff like that. And they'll stop off around lunchtime, right? And they'll make a nice little, like, route out of it. And then they'll just fucking sell you burritos and shit out of their car for, just dirt cheap. And, some of the best lunches I've ever had working here in New Mexico. And, you get yourself a soda. They'll have cans of soda and stuff in there too. So you get yourself a soda, you get yourself a burrito, like $1.50, $2. This was years and years ago. Obviously hasn't been something I've done recently, but years and years ago before I joined the Navy, $1.50, $2 get you just a fat burrito and a 12-ounce can of Coke or a 20-ounce bottle, depending on what they were selling. And, you just eat your fat ass burrito and drink your Coke. And, just delicious. Carne asada, fucking meat and potato, just some rice and beans. All that kind of stuff that you would get, like, at a Taco Bell. But, like, if somebody who knew how to cook made it. It's wonderful. But I would get one of those folks, right? They're going to be driving around. They sometimes do breakfast, lunch, and dinner to hit up, different shifts and stuff like that. So, just hit up one of those people like, hey, can you bring me 10 fucking burritos every day? Cool. Here's, whatever. And then you'd have delicious ass food. It would be like having a personal chef, but without all the pretentiousness of having a personal chef. As a matter of fact, now that I think about it, that should just be a thing in every apartment complex in the United States. Why isn't there some older gentleman or lady who, is maybe pulling some Social Security or something, but could totally use some extra money, just making meal preps, right? Out of their kitchen. And then just selling them every day, like at the front office or whatever. Or, everybody knows which door to go to. Or, You know, they've got them sitting out in front of the cooler, and you just come by and you grab one and you drop your $2 in, or your $2.50 or your $3 or whatever it is in there. That would be like the ultimate. Because in every apartment complex, there's that person who's retired, but they're still renting, right? They're living in an apartment. If you're in New York or something, it's probably rent controlled, and that's why. So they don't have a yard, right? Like my grandfather was always puttering around in his yard when he was older and retired. And so he'd like take cuttings off of his trees and, plant plants in different pots and stuff like that, and then sell them to his neighborhood because he's got the green thumb like a motherfucker. But you can't really do that stuff in an apartment, right? So, just some random retired person who likes to cook, just meal prepping the shiznit out of everything. Making good, cheap, quality alternatives to fast food for, the regular everyday working individuals who also live in that apartment complex. That sounds really synergistic to me. Born to be a taco chef, forced to be a gamer, right? Ain't that the truth? That's not true. I was born to be a gamer. I was a cook at a Bennigan's when I was younger, in my early 20s. Too much standing. Way too much standing. I was born to sit on my ass in front of a computer, let me tell you. I'm good at it, and I like it. What I should have done. I don't even know what I'm good at. Just existing. You're good at making me smile, Drippy Bun. That's what you're good at. Man, I mean, honestly, you're good at streaming. $5 for a smile. You fucked up because that just made me smile for free. I mean, every time I stop by your stream, I don't get to do it very often because you stream before me, and I usually wake up and immediately start prepping to stream. But every time I stop by there, you've always got some folks in there. You're always nice and chatty. You've always got good conversation going on. I mean, that happens. You remember what happened to me. I was averaging almost 20 viewers between YouTube and Twitch when we were playing Once Human. And that dropped to barely averaging 2 viewers across both YouTube and Twitch for a while. And now we're kind of back on the way up. Stuff happens, man. Ain't nothing you could do about it. We working our way back up now, though. Runescape's been a great game for my channel. The people in the Runescape community are so much more talkative, so much more interesting, and so much nicer than some of the other communities I've ended up in. It is a great place to stream. Oh, gotta click the button. Moving in January all the way to Asia. It's gonna be morning for me when I stream. No kidding. Well, I might actually end up getting to catch some of your streams in that case then. Because then it'll be late evening for me when you start streaming. So I might actually ever get to see you stream again. That'd be kind of dope. Oh, nice. You're going to start doing some maker stuff? Dude, Arduino boards are so cool. That's something I've always really wanted to get into. You know, it was like Raspberry Pis and Arduino boards and doing some little maker stuff. That'd be really cool. Really, really cool. I mean, I think that's the way to go about it. I think there's a lot of, you know, cross-population as far as interest is concerned in a lot of those things. I mean, obviously, if you're a PC gamer, then you have some interest in PCs, probably. Especially if you can make those two things sort of work together, right? So if you're going to make stuff with Arduino boards or something like that, if you could find a way to incorporate that into the games that you're playing, would be super cool. I don't know exactly how you would do that, but could be fun. Could be interesting. We can now make a stone fireplace, an oak larder, and a cushioned cat basket. Yeah, one major project at a time, right? Get moved first, get settled in. Get your streaming corner all nice and cozy and comfy. That's definitely a big part of it. If you're not comfortable while you're streaming, you start fidgeting, you start, you know, not focusing. You start focusing on your discomfort instead of focusing on the stream at hand. Very important. Get you like a really low table and like one of those big ass bean bags. Just fucking lounge on a beanbag while you stream? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Fuck this sitting up shit. Just be chilling on a beanbag. I don't know, get you like a little low table that can sit over your legs on your beanbag. And you can have your mouse and your keyboard on that. I don't know, I always leave, my keyboard is always in my lap when I play. Because I don't have a traditional desk. So I sit at sort of two desks that I've made into an L. And then my main monitor is on my right-hand side. And my mouse is up on the desk where my main monitor's at. But then my secondary computer that's running my chat is actually really far away on top of the desk that I put my feet on so I can lean back. And then my keyboard goes in my lap. So I'm just all like lounged out here. But I don't actually use my desks for my peripherals and stuff. Mostly I use my lap for that. Oh, a sit-stand desk? Yeah, that'd be cool. It's honestly something that I need to be a little more aware of, is I don't necessarily want to be using a sit-stand desk while I'm streaming, because I don't want to be like standing up and sitting down and standing up and sitting down and doing all that stuff during a stream. But I should probably get up off my fat ass a little more and just move around a little bit after streams. I've got my mace bell. I should probably do some more stuff with that. Do some squats. Get the blood flow into the legs. You don't necessarily have that problem, though. You go run every day, so... Oh, yeah, no, not a kitchen chair. Don't get a gaming chair. Because most of the gaming chairs are like Harley-Davidson motorcycles. It's all about the name of the brand. Seen a lot of people lose a ton of weight having a treadmill with a standing desk. Seems like a good thing to do. Well, that's not a bad idea, Zesty. Yeah, I don't want to walk that much either. Yeah, no, get yourself like an actual ergonomic computer chair, Drippy Bun. Because a lot of times, even if you're getting good lumbar support, even if you're getting, you know, a good headrest and just a quality chair, a lot of times those quote-unquote gaming chairs are still considerably higher priced than just a regular ergonomic computer chair. Because they've got that prestige of being, you know, whatever type their gaming chairs. It's like the RBG in, or RGB in, you know, your RAM sticks and stupid bullshit like that. That doesn't actually do anything. It just looks cool. You're mostly paying for that brand recognition. So, you know, identify what it is about the chair that you like, and then try and find you something else that's cheaper. Obviously not way cheaper, right? There's a point at which you're getting lower quality, but there's a sweet spot in there somewhere where you're not getting the name brand, but you're getting the name brand quality. And that's the spot you want to be at. It's like fucking soda, right? Like I could go buy a 2 liter of Dr. Pepper for $3, or I could buy a 2 liter of Dr. Thunder for $1.50. It's the same beverage. Dr. Pepper isn't like superior to name brand Dr. Pepper or to generic brand Dr. Pepper. Just that name. Lots of things to buy. It's gonna be a while before I stream again after moving. No. That's gonna be sad. It took me, I think I didn't stream for 2 days when I moved, maybe 3. I think I didn't stream the day before I moved because we were packing, and then I didn't stream on move day, and then I didn't stream the day after we moved because I was asleep because I was super tired. And then I think I was immediately streaming again. I didn't waste any time because I get fucking bored on days that I don't stream. The day just drags on for so long. It's awful. Also need to get a new internet connection. There's no internet there. Ooh. That's something that you should do before you even move. Get the internet connected so it's already there when you move in. Because there's no fucking way. I don't... Sometimes the internet goes out here, and it'll go out for like an hour, and I'll just be like climbing the fucking walls, because I don't have a smartphone with a data plan, so I can't like get on the internet and scroll Reddit or YouTube or whatever when my internet's out. So I'll just stare at a wall and watch paint that is already dry dry some more. It's awful, dude. I hate not having access to the internet. Can't do it. Not fun, don't wanna. Not fun, don't wanna. Yeah, internet's gonna be the first thing I set up. Yeah. I mean, that's just such a necessity in our modern world, is access to the internet. You just can't live without it. Hey, we've got all of... Oh no, it's one of the requirements for Cold War. There's a penguin quest line, apparently. That'll be fun. We're gonna do some of that. Make a steel range, a large oak bed, oak shelves, a boxing glove rack. I think I'm gonna have to not farm on my alts after stream today. Do some work on cleaning up. Things are getting a little dusty in my house, making me sneezy. We're gonna have to solve that problem. I got a snowman head, yeah. I'm an angry snowman, rawr. Super dope, right? I'm pretty excited about it. I like it. I am the king of the angry snowmen. Also known as the Snoverlord. Yeah, get you some sleep there, Drippy Bun. Thanks for stopping by and saying hi. Have yourself a good night. Alright, we're going to get rid of this unfinished decoration. And the other one. We should level up by the time we finish up this decoration. In fact, we should level up really soon. There it is. Level 35. One of the requirements for missing my mummy. I guess actually what I should look in here is... if... So I know Cassie said that it was level 35. Okay, the manor farm. Okay, so I didn't actually need to get to 35. We can get a medium pen at 40. And we got the small pen at 17. At level 45, we can get access to the Anachronia farm small pen. Also requires 42 farming. So we are going to have to get to... it looks like just 17 farming. So it looks like I can do this. Looks like I can do this right now. Well, what am I even doing with my life then? Maybe she said 17. And maybe I got it in my head that it was 35. That seems like probably what happened. Well, let's go fucking check this shit out. Let's go over here. Ardonia. That's right. You know, I appreciate that, Zesty. Oh, that's right. I get kidnapped by Santa Claus now. I mean, it's fun to forge your own path, right? If everybody just tells you the most optimum way to go through stuff, then what's the point? And now I have level 35 construction, which means I can get a bunch of stuff done. We might go do 4 and 3. Because why the hell not? View breeding log from Sam the sheep. Rabbits, chickens, chinchompas, sheeps, spiders, zygomites, cows, yaks, dragons, frogs, salamanders, jadinkos, varanosaurs, brutish dinosaurs. Oh my gosh. I can raise rabbits. All right, let's talk to the granny. Farm information. Yeah, no, this looks like it's going to be super fun. So I got to build the broken paddock. Is that... I should be able to do the small one? You must purchase a small paddock deed to build this paddock. Okay. What's a deposit box? What the hell? I don't know how. Okay, that's an easy farm requester. We're gonna figure this out. We've got a well here. We got a farmer that we can pickpocket. What's a seasonalizer? That old thing hasn't worked in years. You'll need to buy some parts for it at the farmer's market. Alright. Farmer's market. What do you got for me here, lady? Can't access the farmer's market shop until Granny Potterington has finished explaining the basics. Alright, Granny. Hello, random person wandering onto my farm. By any chance, do you know how many beans make 5? Wait, this is some sort of saying, isn't it? I think I might have heard this one. Something about 2 beans, half a bean, and another bean. And, close enough, I guess. You look like your fingers are at least a little bit green. You'll do. Do for what? Wait, what did I just get myself into? You are now my official farmhold partner. Get to work, lad. What just happened? Just trust me, this will be good for you. You can start by grabbing old Jack. Jack? Yeah, he's the old yak out back. Brooding by the breeding paddock. Pick him up and bring him here. Okay, we've already got a yak. The yak's name is Jack. Jack likes to brood about how hard it is to be a yak. Pick up the yak, Jack. Alright, bring him to Granny. Oh, we got some. Oh, there's a kitty cat named Pickle. Yo. Farming is so dope. Hey there, old Jack. Time for you to earn your keep. I'll miss you, little one, but you'll be better off for it. Wait, what's happening to Jack? Just saying my goodbyes. It's always the hardest bit. It's difficult to not get attached to the animals you raise, but you'll get used to it. But we need to sell him on, else we can't afford to fix this place up, can we? Sell him? Phew, I was worried you were going to hurt him. No, never. I run a humane animal farm here. Treat him with love, find him good homes. Like, see that man with the silly hat by the well? Presley? He's been after buying my Jack for ages. I bet he'll pay top bean, too. Go on, see what you can get for him. Anything'll do at this point. Come back minus 1 yak, but plus some beans. I feel like she doesn't want me to actually get beans. Did Granny finally relent? Is she letting me buy Jack? I've been asking her for ages. She did indeed. How much can I get for him? She said something about beans. Beans? Oh my, I was thinking like a few hundred gold or something. But if all she wants is beans, I have loads of those. Let's see, I have 1, 2, 3, 500. I have 500 beans. Would that be enough? You know, I have no clue, but Granny said whatever you were willing to give, so sold. Jack is yours. Amazing! You don't know what this means to me. Gotta go, but I'll be back for more yaks soon. Did I actually just trade a yak for 500 beans? Oh, I did not know that. Thanks for the fun fact there, Prieslick. Or Zesty. That's hilarious. Right, what did you get for Jack? Prieslick gave me 500 beans. Is that any good? Not bad for a yak his age. Good work, lad. But they're only beans. Aye, and that's the currency us animal farmers deal in. It's not a fortune, mind, but it's a good start. Now add them to your currency pouch so you don't lose them. Oh shit. Now let's put our newfound wealth to work. This farm used to be booming until the so-called plague came along, and the king forced me to cull all my herds. Over the years, I've had to sell off my land to keep myself afloat. Not that the buyers used to mine. But I sense there's a turn in the market for animals, so let's claw back ownership and capitalize on it. First, we'll need to buy back the deeds to one of these old animal pens. Plus, we'll need a couple of baby rabbits to kickstart our new venture. One boy, one girl. Those beans we got should be just enough. Here, let me take a look at the farmer's market. Okay, small pen deed, 100 beans. Confirm. And then a rabbit doe, confirm, and a rabbit buck, confirm. Oh my gosh, it's a whole new thing to explore. This is great. Excellent. Now that all that's left to do is to check those two bunnies and build them a pen. How do I do that? Well, to check the bunnies, you have to just, flip them over and blow. And look for the E-I-E-I-O. Oh my goodness. Just give them a click. You know what I mean? Okay. Check the animal to reveal its stats and traits. It will no longer stack in your bank. Don't show this again. Yes. Okay, name is Flossie, gender is female, growth stage is child, trait is robust. Oh, there's traits and everything? And the trait on the male is virile. Nice. But that means he fucks like a rabbit? Alright, I'm officially a Runescape farmer. This is fun. And when I've checked the rabbits, how do I build them a pen? That bit's easy. Just pick one of the two small pens near the lodestone to fix up your choice of which. I'd say that small animal pen kit you got from the farmer's market should do it. Otherwise, 10 oak planks and 75 iron nails would do the trick. When you've built the pen and checked the bunnies, put them in the pen and come back here. Alright, which pen do we want? I like this one better. Yeah. Nice. Oh, we can hire farm hands? Weight, speed. You can increase their stats? Eats flowers, vegetables, fruit, and seeds. When I grow up, I want to be a pie. Oh my god, that's fucking wonderful. Alright, and then we got Snowy. Often thinks about the inevitable heat death of the universe and is currently diseased. Like cures disease. You examine the animal's head. The animal sneezes in your face. You examine the animal's eyes. The eyes are a little bloodshot. You examine the animal's legs. The animal's feet are very sweaty. You examine the animal's stomach. The animal appears to be suffering from nausea. Administer treatment. Put in mouth treatment, flu treatment, curse treatment, bone rattle treatment, whooping cough treatment. It's got to be a flu, right? Hit him with the flu treatment. Yeah. Nice. Still good at this game? Oh, and don't forget to give them a little food. It's the best thing for keeping your animals healthy and happy, which in turn makes them more likely to breed. The health and happiness of an animal will also determine how much experience you get when you gather from them, so you want to keep them in tip-top shape. How do I feed animals? You can interact with the trough to see what food sits in each category. You can do that from outside of a pen if you prefer, or you can climb over the stiles, get into each pen and do it that way. You'll see that foods are grouped into categories, and each animal will only eat certain categories of food. For instance, your rabbits will happily eat any fruit, vegetables, or flowers. Though if a trough contains some fruit, shall we say, you can't also mix in food from a different category. You'd have to get rid of the fruit first. In fact, have some fruit mush. Rabbits love that stuff. Alright. We can climb over this. Boop, boop. And then we go to the trough. And then... oh, go to the trough. And we go to fruits. We go to fruit mush, and we add that in there. Yeah, now we got bunnies. Boom, bo-da-doom. Bo-da-doo-da-doom, ba-doom. Or can I check it here? No, I can't. Okay. It's still wanting me to go over here. But I already put the food in the trough. Okay, well, let's go talk to the granny and see what's up. Now what? Now we wait. Wait for what? Well, we need those rabbits to reach adulthood so we can use them as a breeding stock to make more bunnies. And then bunnies equal monies. How long will that take? Well, you can either come back in around 30 minutes, or I know a way to kill some time, if you'd prefer. Sure. Time flies when you're having fun. That was a lot more fun than I was expecting. I feel like we just banged Granny. Ah, the place looks better already. So now what? Now we make babies. Remove those 2 rabbits from your small pen and bring them to me. You might want to harvest them first, so to claim any XP from them growing, just give them a quick click before you remove them. Remember that any XP you get is modified by how healthy and happy they are, so you want to keep your enemies well fed, or your animals well fed, for the best result. Though if you ever want to forego harvesting an animal's XP and produce, you can say so when you remove the animals. Why would I want to forego harvesting my XP? Alright, so we go over here. We gather produce. Gain 138 XP, holy shit. Nice, dude. Nice. Good, now take them out back and put them both in the breeding pen. And don't forget to put a little bit of food in the breeding paddock's food trough too. Rabbits first, then food. A fed rabbit is a healthy rabbit, and a healthy rabbit is a happy rabbit. And a happy rabbit is a frisky rabbit, and a frisky rabbit is a... Don't finish that thought. I was going to say fruitful. Come back when you've done that. Alright. Why is there a vine growing into this house? Alright, where's the breeding pen? Is this the breeding pen? Large. The breeding paddock. Alright, let's put Flossie in there. Let's put Snowy in there. Let's check the animals to make sure we're all good here. We are. Then we can go to the trough. We can add fruits. Alright. Get to go in there, y'all. We got some potatoes. We got some guams. Yeah, dude. Rabbits deployed in the breeding pen. Now what? Just give it time. Leave those 2 rabbits in the breeding pen. Added. We'll have new bunnies soon enough. Unless... Advance time? Yes. Absolutely. That was over quicker than last time. Aye, but no less fun. Check out back to see if we have a baby bunny, then come back. Yeah, baby bunny. We got Flossie. We got Snowy. We got Jill, who has the lucky trait. Okay, I don't think I actually have to do anything with it. I might have to bring it back. Congratulations, you are now the proud father of a bouncing baby bunny. Is this farm all just about rabbits? Of course not, they're just the start. But what do we need to do with them? The buyer who took old Jack off our hands, I reckon he'll have spread the word that we're open for business again, so just keep breeding, rearing, and selling, and we'll be rolling in beans. In fact, must have rabbits. Before you sell any rabbits to my fee, though, you might want to ask me about sales. I have a few tips to share to help optimize your bean income. Also, ask me about the farmer's market. They sell other animals too, your basic chicken, sheep, and cows, and more and larger pen sizes to rear them in. And who knows what other animals you might find out in the wilder world that you can rear here on the farm. The sky is your oyster. Any other questions, just give me a shout. Dope. Ask about Granny, ask about the farm, ask about animals, ask about sales. Any useful tips? Buyers will also have a special request, both a specific breed and specific trait. Match either with any sale, and you'll get more beans. Match both, and you'll get a nice little bonus on top. That said, they'll overlook the specific breed if you're selling them a shiny animal. For all sales, regardless of any special request, there are also certain animal traits that can affect bean offers. Anything with the surly, nice, but dim or limited efficiency traits will sell for fewer beans. But anything with the lucky, fortunate, or unlucky for some traits will sell for more beans. It still might be worth selling animals with bad bean traits if it's to fulfill a special request. The boost from matching the special request should offset any negatives. Finally, if you can get a hold of one of those fancy farming outfits, you might be able to negotiate better bean prices on every sale. Okay. So, we have Myphy here. She's a rabbit buyer. I have a special request for a Relican cream rabbit, especially if they have the mysterious trait. I'm also after some rabbits. In fact, I'll buy up to 12 more while I'm here. Okay, so we got some fucking work to do. That's what we got. I actually grew up on a farm. We had 40 acres of land. We had horses and chickens, and it wasn't like a working farm. It was just, a little family thing. But let's see. So Jill then doesn't need to be in the breeding pen. Jill needs to go in the regular pen so that she can grow. Right? Right. So let's see. Let's go take this small paddock. Let's put Jill in it. We'll raise Jill up. How do I see how much food is in the trough? I right-click it, check contents. That's what we do. 5 of 1,000 fruit. Okay, so we can put a lot of food in that trough. Now, we want to go to the farmer's market. We have some beans. So we want another small paddock and we want some beehives, right? Ooh, we can get a bank chest. Name reroller, trait reroller. Sheep, medium, small animal kit is 500 beans. We can hire some farm hands. Babysitters. Animals in pens. I don't see any beehives. Do we already have beehives? Is that... Small pen deed 2 needs 100 beans. Need 28 farming for this deed, okay. Chicken, egg. Sheep, cow. Cows need large pens, sheep need medium pens. Chickens need small pens, but this is locked until 28 farming. So it doesn't look like I can buy any more rabbits. So it looks like this is a pretty slow getting started. I don't want to buy a bank chest, if I'm being honest. Yeah, what's up, Cassie? We're doing some farming. I thought I needed to be much higher in some levels than I actually did. I think I misremembered what you said by the time I got around to doing it. And so I ended up like, I got all the way to 35 construction before coming over here. I don't think that was necessary at all. But that's okay, because we're getting it. You can get the rabbits from killing the rabbits in Burthorpe. There's a chance they'd... Oh, that's fucking perfect. I will murder all the rabbits. Boom, now we're level 22 farming. Yeah, this is the best. Add all the weeds. Take a oh, nope, I need... Nope, my produce there, dude. I need a bucket. I think I have enough beans. I think we're going to go ahead and buy a bank chest right here, right now. Because that's just too convenient. Oh, hey, I got another... Got another bouncing baby bunny. Alright, buy me a bank chest. Booyah. Let's get out a bucket here. Need my bucket, need my water can, and I need my and I need my seeds. Right. Oh, I got all my buckets. Whoops. There we go. Nice. Compost. I gotta rake these, I guess. Let's go ahead and put my potatoes in then. Gotta get that bunny out of there. Put that in there. Water that bad boy. Let's go rake that. Okay, I could literally just spend all day here. Never have to go anywhere else. I'm a farmer now, y'all. This is no longer Iron Man. This is now Farmer Man. I am Farmer Hermit. Ba 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 ba. Alright, Flossie and Snowy are both maxed out on everything, so we don't have to worry about them. We've got Barry, who's a slowpoke. We're going to remove this bad boy here. And now we've got a baby bunny. So, do I need to put... We've got Jill. We want to add Barry. Add. So, check on our animals here. Jill. Doesn't say if she's male or female. I mean, I assume... Oh, there it is. Female. Jill's a female. With the lucky trait. Barry is also a female with the slowpoke trait. Barry knows a penguin. Let's see, what breed? Common brown. Common brown. This person is specifically looking for... Did I get another... Yo, rabbits. For a Relican cream rabbit. Okay. So all I have right now is common browns. So I'd have to get a different type of rabbit. Do I randomly... No, they're just always going to be common browns. Ooh, and this is another male. Old at heart. Spends more time than they care to admit chasing their own tail. Alright, let's get this one out. So is it one male, one female per breed? Or can one male breed with multiple females? Also, if I murder these grizzly bears, can I raise grizzly bears? There's so many things. There's too many things. Let's see, what is robust? This animal is more resistant to disease. That's nice. And then snowy. This animal has a higher breeding chance than some others. Okay. Okay. Yo, this is like crazy fun. Farming requests. Kenton to cart wants 15 rosemary seeds. They're going to give me a rabbit. Orange tree seeds. And a nest. That's a medium request. They'll give me a demon cap zygomite. Or a Zenarian zygomite or an Arcspore zygomite. Okay, so how do I get 15 rosemary seeds? Because I need an extra rabbit. Lycan has rabbits. Let's look at my seeds here. What do we got? Oh, I have one rosemary seed. That's sad. Let's go, Farmer John. It's pickpocket time, dude. Ooh, a master farmer. Oh, did I get this dude pinned? I think this dude's stuck. Will you give me seeds, or are you only going to give me coins? It seems like they're only giving me coins. Okay, well that's fun, but that's only giving me coins, not seeds. What I need is seeds. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna get crazy. We're gonna go in here. Nope. We're gonna go over here. We're gonna get all of our gear back on. We're gonna put away snowballs. We're going to get out some air runes in case we got to kill some guards. We got another baby rabbit here. Wabbit season. Duck season. Wabbit season. Duck season. All right. We have another common brown female named Silver with the virile trait. Nice. We're definitely keeping that rabbit. And we are putting it in there with our other virile male. We're just going to be popping out babies like they're going out of style. We're going to add remove. We're going to put silver in there. Check on the animals. Jill is still adolescent. Nothing to gain there. Okay. They don't seem to be getting any happier. Do we still have food? Yes, we do. Let's just take time for them to get happy. That's fine. View the breeding log. All right, we've got common brown rabbits. Okay, time to go. Steel seeds. Okay, there's literally like 18 different ways to play this game. It seems to me like you could just never stop farming if you didn't want to. Like you could just be a farmer in RuneScape. All right, we need to go to this here seed stall. We need to get behind everybody's back here a little bit. We need to steal. Perfect. I am a thief. I'm a thief who needs some seeds, dude. Are any of these rosemary? I need rosemary seeds. Let's hope that guard doesn't see me in here. Rosemary, because somebody from one of my tasks or whatever wants 15 rosemary seeds. And if I get 15 rosemary seeds, they're going to give me another bunny rabbit. And pretty sure Olivia in Draenor Market sells them, really. That's okay. I need to get thieving up anyway. And I need lots of different kinds of seeds. So I feel like this is a good little double dip, you know? We about to farm our asses off, let me tell you. About to farm our little asses off. These are tomatoes, jutes, wild bloods, rosemary. See, there's one rosemary. Nice. I didn't even find the beehives. I don't even know where the beehives are. So no, I did not. Let's go. Do they already exist? I thought I had to buy them. So I couldn't figure out how to buy the beehives. So I thought I had to get further along. But if that's not the case, then let's go back in here. Oh no, I'm getting kidnapped by Santa Claus. Ah! They just exist. Okay. Gotta get woad leaves first. You're right. You're right. I gotta find these fucking things first. I don't see no beehives. East of the most southeast pen. Up there where those bears are at? Oh. They're right here, okay. Take some honeycomb from the beehive. You waft the repellent at the bees long enough to get some honey. Okay, so I put in some woad leaves. Or any of these other flowers. 100 farming level allows me to put in star bloom flowers. And when I put those in, it gives me the ability to get honey. Depending on what flower you put in changes the kind of honeycomb you get back. Okay. Well, let's take whatever's in there now. So the different types of honey allow you to change the stats of the creatures you're raising. Alright, so this is all going to go over here where the farming happens. Oh, I already have beehives. Okay, so we go buy a bunch of honeycombs. They eat 1 an hour, you said. So I need a shit-ass load of woad leaves. There were 7 hives, is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yep. So 7 times 24, 7 times 25 is 175. So how do I get 175 wood leaves from this dude? Am I going to have to talk to him and buy him 2 at a time? No, okay. No, how many would I like? 1, 2, 3. Dope. Now I can make a bunch of blue dyes too. Which would be so awesome. Who's a farmer? I'm a farmer. I'm actually a rancher. There aren't really very many farming plots here. It's mostly ranching. I don't have enough to buy a million. That already cost me 27k. Let's see. We've got gather produce. Don't show me this again. Yes. And we've got gather produce. And silver has not gotten old enough yet. Yeah, so it looks like each of these hives is going to accept 27, which is good. I don't like it when it's just 24s, because 24s mean you have to get back on at the same time every day. If you've got a couple hours worth of wiggle room, I really like that, because it means if I get on a little later or a little whatever, or a little earlier one day or something, then I don't end up messing up the whole system, and I don't quite have to be so on top of it. But this is super fun. I actually really like farming and stuff like this in games. I enjoyed it in Albion. I enjoy it in this game. I pretty much enjoy just being able to take care of stuff and have this thing that's sort of this perpetual, needs a little bit of upkeep. It's why I like survival games and stuff like this. This feels very much like a survival game. So I like it quite a bit. Trying not to overload you with info here, but in your bank there's a setting for putting stuff in. Currently when you deposit an item, it moves you to the tab. The item exists in your bank. Yes, I actually like that. I do know that you can change that, but I prefer... I prefer it to do that because it allows me to do stuff like some of these seeds I might not have. And so because I might not have all of these seeds right now, I can put in a seed I know I have, and it'll move me to that tab, and then I can put the rest of the seeds in there real quick. Eventually, I'll probably want to change it, but I like moving over to the tab that I sort of want to be in. Sometimes. Now, sometimes it's super annoying and it doesn't really work very well. And I definitely need to go in and, like, look at all my shit because... my stuff's getting pretty disorganized, but... let's see, Flossie. Ooh, Flossie has produce together. Nice, 112. What about Snowy? Also has gather produce. Nice. And Edward, who is a sullen little rabbit. Ooh. So what do I do with rabbits with bad traits? Do I just murk them? Let's see. Gather the produce from silver. We want to add animals. We're going to put Edward in there. Sell him to the troll on the porch. Pickle? Icon has animals? Baby Shakes will take any and all checked animals off your hands in exchange for 10% of their base bean value. That is fucking awesome. Okay, so how do I need new types of rabbits. Because all I'm getting right now is common browns. So let's actually go over to Berthorpe and let's murder rabbits over here. And let's see if I can get... actually, you know what? Let's see if there's rabbits up here in Relica, because one of the people that I'm at right now wants me to sell them a Relican rabbit. So if there's rabbits up here, maybe I can murder those rabbits and maybe get a Relican rabbit baby. I see some cows and some chickens. That is promising. Big old rooster. Okay, unfortunately, I don't see any rabbits. Gonna keep looking around, though. Doesn't look like they raise rabbits here. Sad day. Alright, well, let's go murder rabbits in Berthorpe then. Yeah, if you want to explain to me how to get the different types of rabbits, that'd be great. Yeah, I need to spend some time just really going through my inventory and really making it useful. because it's not in its best state right now. Bunny! Oh yeah. Murders so many bunnies. I will love him and squeeze him. I mean, that happens to me every single day. Did the bunny attack me? You goofy bunny. I see that every day while I'm streaming, and then I see it again when I'm playing on my other accounts, just grinding resources for currency. So I see that message twice a day, every day. It's how much of a fucking degenerate I am. Do I really want to keep these rabbits? I don't actually feel like there's any value in keeping these. Although dropping them is actually going to take longer than just picking them up and taking them to the bank. Okay, so we're going to bank this set. Yeah, but I'll just have better foods, right? Like I can just go fish for way better foods. Oh, some carnivores. Oh, I didn't think about that. Okay, we'll keep them then. Y'all are right. Feeding the carnivores. Can I grow or raise bears? Is that a thing? Can I do that? I've already gotten distracted. I was getting seeds earlier. Now I'm killing rabbits. Ah, this game is great. This is what I'm talking about right here. No bears. That's bullshit, ref. Dragons and dinosaurs. I mean, at least there's that. At least we can get dragons and dinosaurs. Man, I wish I could share this farm. It's almost going to be too much to deal with on your own. I wish you could like that would be a cool thing to add to the group Iron Man instead of, because you already share your inventories or whatever. If you could also share the farm and everybody just has the same farm, you all use it together, that'd be cool. As you go on with higher tier animals, they have longer growth and breed periods. Okay. I mean, I want it to overwhelm me. I might never do any other content ever again. I shouldn't have found out about this until later. I have a feeling that there's going to be some money to be made when it comes to the farm. I have a feeling. Oh, shit. I got an unchecked relic and cream rabbit, so it just puts it in my inventory. I don't have to pick it up off the ground. That's nice. Some animals have very profitable produce, yeah. Yeah, it seems like that is the case. I mean, it seems like that would obviously be the case. And I'm very excited about it. So I've got one of my relic and creams. The relic and creams stack. If they're unchecked, it says they'll stack. Is the herb bag something I get from my farm? Can I buy it at the farm place? Is that what you were telling me earlier, if I'm not mistaken? Because, yeah, I definitely want that shit. Don't have to leave all those leaves. You have to unlock Anachronia and run the Irby Werby minigame. You're right. Okay, so I'll go do that at some point. A female bunny. All right, Jill is an adult now, so we gather produce from Jill. Barry is an adult now. We gather from her. And then Richard is an adult now. We gather from him. And Silver, who is the female virile, is still adolescent. So we're not quite there yet. We are going to drop off Dandelion to go ahead and grow. Edward, why do you still have XP that needs... Oh, because there's more. Edward, okay, is also an adolescent. So we need to remove Jill and Barry and Richard because they are... Richard's a male. So what's the ratio with like the male to female... Turby Werby. Are they out of food? No, they've got plenty of... I think they've got plenty of food. Well, so I have a virile male. Eventually I'll put a virile female in here. But I want to go ahead and add... do I need more males, or do I need equal males and females? Or do I need just one male and a bunch of females? Typically you have one breeding pair in a pen, and that allows them to have 4 babies, then they grow and repeat. Oh, okay, so when they become an elder, they stop having babies? So I need to remove Flossie and Snowy. Elders can have babies. Okay. So I want to take out... we want to take out Jill because we're going to sell Jill. We'll put Richard in. So now we have 2 breeding pairs. We should be getting 2 babies. Oh, you just let them get to adolescent and then sell them? Oh, okay. Well, that's easy. This person wants 12 rabbits. Yes, I would like to sell Jill for 21 beans. Okay, so for max beans, for max XP, you go to Elder. Okay, well, I probably want max XP for right now, because my XP is so low. So, I don't understand. I mean, there's only one breeding pen, right? Can I put 2 different types of animals in here? Because this breeding pen is basically fucking useless if I can't have 2 breeding sets in here at a time. It only holds 4 animals? Okay, well, remove. I've got a virile female on the way. Would I like to sell Richard for 21 beans? Sure. Would I like to sell Barry for 21 beans? Absolutely. And silver. So can they start breeding at adolescent, or do they have to be adult to start breeding? Like when you get cows, you would have a breeding pair in the breeding pen. They have babies, then you move the babies to a different large pen so they can grow up. Takes a day or 2 for them to grow. Booyah! I like when you get cows, it takes a day for them to go. Rabbits' traits don't matter, you go for beans. Switch to sheep. The reason the breeding pen exists is because animals can only have babies in that pen unless you unlock the ability for animals to breed in all pens, but it's at a slower rate. Okay, and then, so what's the limit on... do these paddocks say what the limit is on how many? We want to remove Silver now that she's an adult because she's also virile. So if I put Silver in with the virile male, then they should breed significantly more often. Right? So we remove Flossie, and then we add Silver. And now I have a virile pair. Small pens hold 6 animals, medium pens hold 4 animals. Okay, so I gotta get some more pens and some more foods. Let's harvest up some potatoes. Show me potato salad. And large pens get 3 animals, okay. We want to trade with Kragan. We want to cure. We want to cure our diseased potatoes. We want to... The Guam isn't done yet. Okay. We're going to go get some fertilizer and stuff. The animals in the breeding pen have had another baby. Let's sell our baby here. 17 beans. Hell yeah. This is so fun. We want potato seeds, and then over here. We want to withdraw all these, because this is not where these need to go. And then where's my watering can? Watering can should be in here. Whoops. Watering can. Oh, I've got 2 watering cans. Nice. Put those away. If you want to sell more before they come back, you gotta sell the pickles. Okay. Yeah, I didn't really have a lot of seeds, Casey, which is why I'm still just doing the potatoes. Is because I figured I was going to run out of seeds. And so I was just going to use all of them. I intended to just do this as like a very background activity. I didn't realize how in-depth the farming and the ranching and stuff in the game was. So I was not prepared for Snowball. Nice. Also virile. I wish that I could have 2. Edward probably needs to get checked. Nope, no produce yet. Okay. Yeah, but I just wasn't expecting this to be quite so intricate. So let's go make sure that this veg doesn't need to go in this trough. Check trough contents, has fruit, good. Okay, so where are we at on the bean department? I also need another of the other types of rabbits. Good day, my little breadbasket. Nope. Farmer's market. Here we go. I have 160 beans. Dope. Do they not just keep making produce even after they're already elder? So it's not like a consistent thing? They only produce as they tier up to the different ages, and then it's over? So you gotta sell them and start over? Oh, it maxes at elder and stacks the whole way. Okay, so I was under the impression, or it was my assumption, that I had to gather the produce every time they went to a new age. I didn't realize that it stacks all the way up. That's cool. That makes the whole process way, way easier. Okay, I like that. Okay, then I get the animal droppings. I assume I can turn this into better fertilizer, yeah? Oh, I'm getting so much XP from this, too. Plus 20 XP per little pick here? Found a farming rock. Nice. Oh, okay. So I don't have to remove the poo, but I mean, I'm getting so much XP right now. Why would I not, right? I feel like there's some sort of glitch happening right now. Like I shouldn't be getting this much XP, right? Unless this poo's just been here for a long time stacking up. Like, what is happening right now? Oh, okay. Got it. Got it. I mean, at level 24, it is a lot. What do I need in farming to get the next tier of paddocks? I think I actually see these in construction better. So we'll go to construction, we'll go to farming. So we have to get level 40 construction to be able to have medium pens, which is where we get sheep. We have to have 35 farming to get medium pens. Okay. Nice. We're leveling agility while we do this. This is fantastic. We got some more potatoes over here. Should probably just carry my potato seeds and stuff since I'm here and I'm kind of just sticking around. I just carry my potato seeds with me. So let's go ahead and get... We just want one bucket. We want all the potato seeds. One watering can. And that can go in there. Oh, didn't realize that the potatoes weren't grown yet. Whoops. Whoopsie doopsie. Okay, well, I think it's time to go. Yeah, I don't really feel like murdering more rabbits, if I'm being honest. Early in the morning. Let's check. Let's hit the filter off button. Fruits, flowers. Mushrooms, meat, fish, variety. Insects. Flies, beetle bits, and stinky flies. Buggy mush. This is so cool. I'm having the best time. Once it's been an hour since you loaded the beehives, humor me and check one. Okay, I will do that. Let's go harvest some potatoes. Yeah, boy. We'll go put some more potatoes in the trough. Dinosaur farm teleport? Fuck yeah. Stops animals growing past adolescence in a small pen. Beans per use 2. Stops animals growing past adolescence in a small pen. Beans per use 2. Okay, so these are just... So later I'll want these. I don't actually want these right now. But later I'll want these because I'll want to stop everything at adolescent to get the most beans. Now, is there any method of conversion where you can convert beans directly into currency? Yeah, I mean, that seems pretty... Beans are entirely for that shop. Right, but is there anything in this shop that I could buy that I could then change into currency? Sorry, I said directly, I mean indirectly. Stops animals growing past adolescence in any pen. Converts and stores excess animals in your breeding pen into unchecked versions. Oh, okay, so this is nice. Can be sent to retrieve a random unchecked animal for you. Beans per use 100. So I'll want both of these earlier. Because these will go in the pins so that I can breed a lot and get unchecked. Okay. So this is, you want this if you're like breeding lots of small animals. Okay, this is all really interesting. You said sometimes they want to use harvest potion unless you harvest special produce from allotment patches. Okay, so 1,000 beans there. Yeah, I'm not just considering what I might be able to do with this account. I'm also kind of considering this feels like a very. This feels like something if I'm going to have alts that are designed to be making currency. This feels like one of those things those alts should be doing. If this is something I only need to interact with once or twice a day to be able to do good at, and to be able to get, good produce and stuff that I might be able to sell or whatever it is, and I only have to interact every now and then with the system, then this seems like something that I should have on my alts and that I should go ahead and be looking into. Because throwing yaks on an alt can make some money. The yak milk sells for good money. Nice. Yeah, I guess that's the other thing is the free-to-play of it all. I guess you can't. Construction's not. Yeah, it's all members. That's right. That's right. Okay, so you can't even do this on a free-to-play account. Never mind. Of course, I guess I can still drop stuff to my other accounts off of this account. Even if I can't directly trade. Yo, will y'all fucking make some new bunnies already? What's going on? Y'all were killing it earlier. I don't even understand what you're doing now. Let's go check these beehives. Just to see if it's been an hour yet. They're full. It just hasn't been an hour yet. They haven't eaten. Just hasn't been an hour yet. But they're all full. They all have 27 wood leaves. I was just trying to figure out how would I check if it's been an hour, but I just need to check and see how many wood leaves there are. And as soon as it goes down to 26, then I'll know that it's time to pull the honey out, see what happens. What's going on with the rabbits over here? Got an adolescent, got an adult. He is really unhappy. This animal is not at its happiest. They don't seem to be eating the potatoes, but it says that they will eat vegetables. Flowers, vegetables, fruit, and seeds. A potato is a fucking vegetable. You better eat, you little shits. Yeah, that's going to be awesome. So that'll put me up at a high enough tier. So I actually need to get some more construction. Because I need to get to level 4D. I need to get to level 40 construction so that I can build the medium-sized paddock. So let's go look at the farmer's market. Let's look at upgrades. So medium pen deed 1 is locked at 35 farming. Medium pen deed 2 is locked at 664 farming. It's like X amount of food per hour situation. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it seems like. So there's 2 of each types of pens, it looks like. I've got 2 mediums, 2 larges. That's a large. That's a medium. We got another medium over there. And then this other big one over here is a large. So these are the ones that I'm most interested in getting, right? I want to get this large and this medium because they're right over here next to my breeding paddock. And then I can do stuff with this really quickly. What does this thing even do? Oh, nice. It changes the season. I like that. Yeah, once you get stuff going in the large pens, you can kind of ignore the rest of them. Oh, hell no, dude. Here's the real question. Can I murder these things? Let's go check these other ones and see. Maybe one of these ones got diseased or something. Maybe that's why they're not breeding. Nope, looks like they're fine. I want to turn them into food for me to cook, though. Not for pickles. Fucking pickles. I gotta figure out what these teeth are for. Gonna have to wiki these bad boys. Let's go over here to RS3 wikis. Let's see. RS3 rabbit teeth. They gotta be for something, right? Items the player may occasionally obtain when checking produce from Relican cream rabbits, or Piscatorian cottontail rabbits, or jackalopes. They may be mixed with a 3-dose hunter potion at level 64 herb lore in order to create a super hunter potion, granting 145 herb lore experience. Dope. So this is a secondary for a hunting potion. All animals have a % chance to breed on a cycle, so there's like 5 farming cycles per hour. Each cycle they have a chance to breed, right, but they're both virile. So why are we not breeding every cycle? I didn't specifically choose traits for these rabbits. Did not get what I want. Make me more baby rabbits. But there's 2 of them. Gosh, now I've got so much new shit to learn about. Orange sea trees and nasturtiums. Was 15,000 shattered anima. Hey, there we go. New baby rabbit. Donna, so cute. Ooh, sparkling. There's something almost shiny about this animal. Nice. Hell yeah, dude. Add Donna in there. We got so much XP waiting on us. This is going to be great. So what is... I need to look this up, but I assume that there's a chance that creatures pass on their traits. Yeah. So like if I have virile, then I'm going to get virile. If I have something else, I'm going to get something else. But how do I get these other traits? Is it just a chance to get creatures with multiple traits, or... I mean, I assume there's like YouTube videos on all this, but whatever, I'll just figure it out. It's fine. We're going to do a bunch of checking. Yeah, they can still have a random trait, but they are more likely to have a a parent trait. Got it. So you want to get good traits on your parents. That way they pass on the good traits to the kids, so you can get more coinage. I assume there are traits related to like more produce and stuff like that as well. So right now we don't really seem to have any. This one just poops more, which is hilarious. So you'll want to have eventually you're going to want to have breeders that primarily give you the produce you want. And then when you randomly get traits that these people usually want, when you sell them stuff, then you're going to want to stop those animals at adolescent and then pick them up and put them in your bank until somebody who actually wants to buy it comes along, and then you sell it to them. There are even some traits that make it more likely for offspring to have multiple traits. Nice. Very nice. Okay. So what I'm ultimately going to probably have here is I'm going to have my breeding pen, which will have a small, a medium, and a large bear. And then there will be a collector over there collecting all the babies. And then I will have one pen where I'm letting everything go to Elder for XP. And then I will have one pen where I'm stopping everything at Adolescent when I want the trait that they have to sell to these people. So I'll be letting them go to Elder for produce, or I'll be stopping them at Adolescent for selling. There's an advertisement board on the wall. You can choose what buyers come in. Otherwise, the breeder for what you have the most will automatically come every day. Oh, nice. Okay. Okay, that's cool. Let's look at this. Oh, so I can tell them like, oh, you can grow spiders? Dope. Okay, so right now this person's coming in for, okay, and that's this is the small, this is the medium, this is the large. Right. Okay, makes sense. Cool. And they stay for 24 hours. Or, I guess they stay during the day that they're there. So I only have 24 hours to fill this order. And then tomorrow it'll be a different order. Okay. Yeah, this is super dope. This is going to be the most fun. I like breeding. So, I've played a lot of Ark Survival Evolved. And this system is very similar in a lot of ways. So I am having a pretty easy time understanding sort of how everything works. The one thing that's super different is the one breeding pair thing. And against y'all's advice, I'm going to do stuff with this. I'm going to try having multiple breeding pairs and stuff like that in here. And see what happens. Right, and then the same will be true of all the other breeders. If I only have one type of medium animal, then I'll always get that medium breeder. And if I only have one type of large, then I'll just always get that one as well. Yeah. And I assume that I could just not breed animals too, right? Like I could just go murder animals until I got what I wanted. Which is another massive aspect to this whole system. Which allows for some really cool shit. Because I assume that's like how you get your dragons and stuff. Or could be a really good way to get dragons. I mean, imagine you're out, you're farming your green dragons for your green dragon hide, or your black dragons for your black dragon hide, or, whatever it is you're doing to get your dragons up. And then you're just getting baby dragons, right? Raising them up for whatever you can do with them. All seems pretty useful. Also seems like the end of my life. I wish it wasn't a members thing. I would totally be rocking farms on all of my accounts. Makes me a little sad. Hey, level up though, level 25. We can now pick woad, nice. Or grow woad, and we now have a scroll of life. Don't know what the fuck that is, but cool. We should be getting pretty close to an hour here. I'm actually really surprised that it hasn't been an hour yet. Something I kind of want to do. So we've got a bunch of different kinds of rabbits. I wonder, can the rabbits crossbreed? So like if I put my Relican creamy rabbit in with the common brown, would they breed? And if not, does that mean that I could have one set of Relican creamies, one set of common browns, and then like one set of one of the other types of rabbits, and be popping out rabbits at 3 times the rate? I feel like that's probably a thing. So I feel like maybe we should go murder all the rabbits until we get a male cream rabbit. Rabbits don't lay eggs. What is this? Absolutely. But so one of the most important things that I think is going to happen here, so it looks like to me, and maybe I'm wrong about this, it looks like to me that the breeding pen can have 6 creatures. Maybe that's based on size. Maybe it can only have 6 creatures if I'm doing small creatures. And maybe I need... maybe I can only put like 2 sets of medium creatures or 1 set of large creatures in there. I don't exactly know. I haven't gotten there yet. But it seems to me like you'd be limited. You could only put 4 in there no matter what. Okay. See, I hate that. I hate that a lot. But, so one of the things that I'm looking at here is there's a lot of ability once you get that, the babysitter or whatever that will collect your babies and make them unchecked, then you can just keep like an infinite amount of creatures just like chilling. So you want to be breeding as many creatures as much as possible, right? Because then you get more chances at better traits, you get more chances at multi-traits, you get all this other stuff. Hey, we got another male, oh, another female creamy rabbit with the producer trait. Nice. Oh, but eventually I can turn every pen into a breeding pen with one of the upgrades, right? Okay, so that totally blows that out of the water. We're gonna breed super hard. For sure. Because we're definitely gonna get that upgrade. Die, rabbits. Give me a new rabbit. I want a male rabbit. Yeah, and then if they have producer traits, you raise them up all the way to elder. If they have good traits for beans, you raise them up to adolescence, and then you bank them. Until you can sell them for beans. So one of the first things we need to do is we need to get good breeders of all of our different types of creatures. So we need good breeders for, and I'd like to have good breeders for everything, because even if I don't end up using a lot of the creatures, that's just kind of cool. Well, so that's why I was curious if there was any way to turn beans into food. Or not food, turn beans into money. Right, because there's got to be something you can trade. Right, if there's anything tradable on the Grand Exchange, you said you have 257,000 beans, but those potions that you were talking about cost 1,000. So that's only 257 of those potions, which in a game of this size, with a market as active as this one is, probably isn't very much. So you could actually probably make a decent little chunk of change off of your beans by buying those and then dropping them to a non-Iron Man account. And then just letting that account go sell them. So anything that is tradable on the Grand Exchange once you get to a point where you have, you know, all of your upgrades and all of that stuff, just becomes a source of currency or a source of resources. So you could use those potions for yourself, for example. It doesn't seem like there's a limit to how much value you could get out of the beans if you really wanted to. But it seems like there's sort of this infinitely usable resource, even if it's just to go get. The potions are tradable, so you'd have to take them, use them on a herb. Oh, okay, well that's fine too. I mean, a couple of steps is fine. But yeah, I mean, you could use those herbs for yourself. You could use those herbs to trade. You could use those herbs for all kinds of shit. People talk about herb lore being one of the least fun things to trade. But honestly, if you've got a good farm going, that could maybe potentially be a really good resource for making herb lore not as much of a slog. I don't know, I want another one of these fucking rabbits, though. Can I please? There we go. I just need any male. No. Big boned. I wonder what big boned means. Sure do gotta kill a lot of rabbits to get these babies. The rate that you obtain beans doesn't put a very big dent into the problem of herb lore. Maybe the rate you gain beans. I'm gonna gain 10 million beans a day. Just you wait. Just you wait, Enriagans, just you wait. I mean, this is the ultimate step of survival, right? The goal of survival is eventually to thrive, to farm, to grow your own food. We're there. We are surviving. Killing all the little rabbits. This is my final form. Oh no. 1 in 3K? Guess that means I better start getting to trying to stock up on the X. Oh, we get to raise dragons. And we get to raise dinosaurs. Oh my god, it's gonna be so much fun. I'm so excited. Hey, level 9 range. And we got a new rabbit. And it's a male with the robust trait. Which means it won't get sick. Oh, I can click this to see what big boned mean. This animal puts on weight more easily. I don't know what that means. Maybe it means it gets health better? I don't know. But we now have the rabbit that we need. So we can go back here and we can grow 2 kinds of rabbits at the same fucking time. Holy shiznit. Oh, and they gave me another baby. All right. Oh, is it called Snowy? Is that the one? Nice. Snowy's our male now. Add Snowy in there. And then let's see. Jill is big boned. Let's throw Jill in there. And then let's check our animals. We have an adult. We have an adolescent. We have a child. We have a child. We have an elder. All right, Edward is an elder. But Edward is not getting any happier. And it's pissing me off. I kind of want to just gather his produce and then sell his ass and throw Trudy in there, if I'm being honest. And we're going to do that. Throw Trudy's punk ass in there. And then we're going to come over here. We're going to sell Edward. Once you get a breeding pair established, you can favorite them by clicking the stars so you don't accidentally put them out on sell. Ooh. Ooh, that's nice. Clicking the stars. I assume you mean over here. Aha. Favorite. Nice. That is a good ass fucking tip right there. Oh my gosh, I got 2 more babies. Look at them go. Ooh, we got Mitzi, who is virile. Nice. We're going to remove Mitzi. We're going to remove Georgie, who's a chief. Ooh, what does chief mean? This rabbit commands the warren. That doesn't really say shit. All right, so we got extra babies now. Mitzi for 5 beans? No. Edward for 17 beans? Absolutely. No, you can't have my Georgie. It's one of those flavor text traits, doesn't actually do anything. Well, poop. All right, we're going to put these little... Actually, let's make another one. There we go. So we got seeds, we got produce, we got bunnies. Let's come over here. This goes in there. That goes wherever that goes. That goes in there. That goes in there. That goes in there. That goes in there. Let's go throw this in the composter. Holy shit, dude. I don't know why everybody thinks that Fashionscape is the end game. Farmscape is the end game. Fashionscape can kiss my ass. It's all about the farmscape. Why won't they eat their woad leaves? Okay, so we're all the way full here in the paddock. We got, what, 4 creamies and 2 regulars? Once we get a breeding pair of creamies, we're going to go ahead and put them in there with the other 2 rabbits. And just to make sure, Because I would like to be able to breed 2 types of rabbits at the same time. That seems super cool to me. I guess if there can only be 4 creatures in this paddock, though, I have no choice but to have... Okay, yeah, so I have no choice but to have this gatherer dude. Can we hire help? Can we advertise? Where can I store my animals? We got to go to the farmer's market. We got to get farm hands. So we absolutely need... this right here. Like 100%. And what's the upgrade? We already got a bank chest. What's a farm totem? Farm totems, once attached to a pen, enable that animal's perk? What? Unlocking this will mean that all animal produce is noted. Nice. Seasonalizer, a machine that can be used to artificially set the season. As far as I'm aware, even if you have that farmhand, you won't be able to have 4 animals in the breeding pen. I'm not 100% positive on that. Unlocking this gives your animals an increased chance of having multiple traits, stacks with parent traits. Okay, multiple trait boosts, medium and large. Animals can now breed in small pens. Unlocking this gives a chance for animals in small pens to breed. The chance is lower than the breeding pen and does not have any failure mitigation. Animals can now breed in medium pens. Animals can now breed in large pens. Storm Barn Deeds allows you to build the Storm Barn to store up to 15 checked animals. Expand your Storm Barn 15 spaces. Expand your Storm Barn 30 spaces. So you can get a total of 60 checked animals down here. But I can keep checked animals in my bank. So I got hundreds of spaces for that. Animals can provide you combat and skilling perks with the totems. As long as there's an elder of that animal with the totem on it, perk will be active. Yeah, that's fucking awesome. Where can I tell what the perks are? Because that sounds super great. Still 27. You might actually have to have the totem, and then maybe that'll be part of how you do that. Yeah, seriously, it's definitely been an hour since you told me to remember to check in an hour. Like, what in the fuck is going on? You know what I haven't done? I haven't checked any of the things inside of here. Must be at least a competent farmer in Farming Guide. Farming Guild. Unlock this feature, okay. let's go up the stairs. Another remote farm device. That's okay. They're gonna get theirs. Nobody calls me incompetent and lives to tell the tale. It'd be cool if you could actually plant flowers in those. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun dun. Dandelion. Surely these other ones are out of food over here. That's why they're not breeding. How much you want to bet? I may have to just go ahead and take the fruit out. Yeah, let's go ahead. Can I not take the fruit out? And I can't add different types, right? It won't let me. Oh, it will let me add. Oh, different category. Never mind. So I gotta wait until that runs out before I can put my veggies in there. That's annoying. You mean in this pan over here? Yeah, I still don't think that they've eaten any of the... Oh, no, somebody finally ate some food. Okay. So it's just that rabbits grow too fast and their food consumption is too slow. And so everything just gets a little weird. Okay, are we kidding right now? Can I... Oh. Oh. 83 XP. Yo. Holy shit balls. So tomorrow I'll get at least 10 per. So I'll get 800 times 7. That's dope. Now I have medicinal honey, so let's go in here. Let's check these bad boys and let's see. So I can feed them medicinal honey and get them all the way up to max here. So let's actually go do that. That's fucking crazy. That's awesome. Let's go ahead and feed medicinal honey to Silver, because she's 100%. We still need 75, so we still need 25% happiness. For now, let's go ahead and favorite these. Yeah, I'll take care of that, no problem, tomorrow for sure. I don't really need to refill them right now, though. Let's take a look at producer. This animal awards more materials when harvested. Okay. That's fucking awesome, dude. And I think that's probably going to be the end of the stream. This is something I want to continue to work on. We're probably going to do some more of this tomorrow. Because we're going to get... That's a trait you would want on your animals that you're breeding for produce, like yaks. Yeah, absolutely, for sure. I mean, I doubt that there's any animal that you would be breeding that you wouldn't want that on. I mean, I guess the common brown rabbits, you don't really need it on. But that's about it. But yeah, we're definitely going to be looking more and more into this. We've got quite a bit of work to do to get ourselves up to a more AFK version of this. So we're going to spend a little time. We're going to get this into a nice spot. Jovial, nice. But we'll get this into a nice spot. And then we'll start looking to do this as a little more of a like once daily kind of a thing. So there's a couple of things that I want to do in the morning all the time, right? I want to go around. I want to plant all my crops. I want to go around. I want to do my stuff in my farm. These will be good things just to get on and do while people are kind of loading in to the beginning of the streams. And then we'll go around and we'll do some other stuff. But yeah, this has been a lot of fun. Thank you all for pointing me in this direction. I didn't even know that you could have a fucking personal farm. So I'm literally just having the most fun of my life right now. There are so many things to do in this game. I'm losing my shit. But yeah, I hope everybody has a great rest of their day. And I will be back hopefully earlier tomorrow. I slept in way too late today. So I'll try and fix that for tomorrow. And then we'll get back after it. See you all then.